guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Reports say a 5.1 magnitude earthquake hit California near San Jose. The U.S. Geological Survey saying it was followed by a 3.1 magnitude aftershock. All Bay Area trains halted service, but no damage or injuries are reported. President Biden is urging Americans to get the new COVID-19 booster shot. Speaking at the White House before getting his own updated shot, the president saying without proof, nearly every death can be prevented. The president also adding that the booster shots will help prevent transmission of COVID, which has Dr. Nicole Saphier shaking her head.
The fact that he says it's going to protect those around you, well, what does he mean? That would mean that this booster decreases the transmission of the virus, which at this point, I can tell you, John, yes, maybe for the first 2 to 3 weeks after the booster, you have a decreased risk of infection. But let's remember, CDC Director Walensky just had her updated COVID booster a month ago, and she just was diagnosed with COVID this week. So that protection is short-lived.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. Inflation continues to hit Americans hard, especially when it comes to consumer confidence again. The Conference Board's Consumer Index fell 5 points in October after rising for 2 straight months. The board's Lynn Franco cited inflation worries with food and gas prices driving concerns. Elon Musk will close his $44 billion deal to purchase Twitter by Friday. That's what Reuters says he told co-investors in the deal. They say investors now have the paperwork from Musk's lawyers showing it's a done deal. With no winner in Monday night's Powerball jackpot, the drawing set for Wednesday is at an estimated $700 million. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The pivotal midterm elections are underway, with Republicans eyeing the chance of retaking Congress as Democrats try to maintain their majorities. According to the latest Fox News power rankings, many gubernatorial races are forecast to lean red. Florida Republican Congressman Brian Donalds shares his thoughts regarding the GOP's message and the upcoming governor's races.
It's that people are tired of what's happening to kids in schools. They are sick of the crime in their cities. The inflation brought by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats has been horrific. And the economy's got to get back on track, not to mention border security. It's the same message across the country. That's why Republicans are looking so strong when it comes back to taking back governor's mansions across the country.
Former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown is being ordered to pay $1.2 million to a truck driver after he allegedly attacked him almost 3 years ago. TMZ reports a Florida jury awarded the damages to Anton Tumaroff earlier this month. This comes after Brown failed to respond or show up to the hearings related to the case. Fishing tournaments on Lake Erie will now use metal detectors to check for cheating. The rule change is being made after 2 men allegedly put weights inside their catch during last month's walleye slam. The 2 men accused of cheating are charged with multiple crimes, including felonies. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
That is my clue. Cue the microphone, lights, cameras, action. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Here we go, time to get this party started as we roll into a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. Hump Day already coming on, can you believe it? Looks like we'll be working our way into the 26th day of October. Yes, it looks like Halloween's getting close enough we can begin to get a handle on what the weather around the country is going to look like. What's the prognostication for the trick-or-treaters come next Monday? Delve into some of that a bit later in the program. But welcome in. We got a full 5 hours coming your way. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios in the thriving metropolis of Cincinnati, Ohio. That's our home 20 here in Southwest Ohio. As we welcome friends in from all around the country and around the world for that matter. So I hope your week's going well. Hard to believe, midweek already. Well, as we were firing things up 24 hours ago here in the secret bunker, we were advising the drivers out there about some strong storms moving into southeastern Texas and a line of strong storms that were making a beeline toward the Houston metropolitan area. All that being fueled by a fast-moving cold front. Indeed, we saw numerous severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings Monday night across east central Texas, including a confirmed now tornado just south of the town of Jarrell. Now, hopefully none of our listening friends were involved, but there were numerous tractor trailers and automobiles flipped on the highways, roof damage to buildings, thousands left without power. Had an 18-wheeler and overturned cars along I-35 after that confirmed tornado moved through east central Texas Monday night. According to local law enforcement, this was just south of Jarrell, about 40 miles north of Austin, Texas. Had a tornado warning issued there just before 9 o'clock, and strong circulation observed in one of those thunderstorms. Yeah, the National Weather Service was warning people to stay off I-35 in Williamson County as the storm was approaching the interstate. Tornado started just west of I-35, south of Jarrell. Yeah, on the ground for several miles, they tell us. Yeah, that tornadic cell also crossed near the KGRK weather radar site, which likely sustained a power outage as a result of the storm. National Weather Service office in Austin, San Antonio region said forecasters would be conducting the storm survey this past afternoon, of course, confirming the tornado. Now, the Williamson County resident describing the tornado that rampaged as wicked and fast. We weren't ready for it. And AccuWeather's national reporter Bill Waddell was interviewing folks this past day. There were a lot of people out on the roads, he said. Semis overturned just right up the road. Yeah, this town has been hit with 3 tornadoes this year alone. Other locations in and around Jarrell sustained straight-line wind damage. According to KXAN, garage doors at a fire station were sheared off by the intense winds. Nearly 150,000 customers there without power before the sun came up Tuesday morning. By 9 a.m. local time, much of the power had been restored. Elsewhere in the Lone Star State, impacts didn't come in the form of winds, but it was the torrential rain and flooding. While these storms were moving rather quickly through the region, they contained extremely heavy rain, totals rapidly reaching impactful levels. Matter of fact, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex had some of the highest totals with more than 4 inches of rain reported in a few spots there. So with the rain coming down at such a fast speed, the drainage systems unable to keep up. We saw street flooding resulting to that. Rainfall wasn't quite as intense that occurred back in August when over a foot of rain fell in parts of the same area east of Texas over into Louisiana. Another tornado formed in Oberlin, Louisiana, confirmed by the National Weather Service as an EF2 tornado. Peak winds of 111 miles per hour. Traveled about a half mile through the city. Not a whole lot of damage, but there was some damaged homes there in Louisiana. So tonight, things are indeed a bit calmer out there, but we still see some rain. Hey, when I stepped out this evening, something we hadn't seen in this area in quite some time. Wet stuff falling from the heavens. Yeah, we finally got a little bit of rain. Most of it being absorbed rapidly because things have been so dry in this region. But you can see the well-defined circulation around this storm kind of centered up into central and east central Illinois tonight. So on the west side of the state, over toward Quincy, Illinois, down to St. Louis, the shower activity moving from north to south. On the eastern side, things moving from south to north. So we see rains extending tonight from literally the Gulf Coast all the way to the Great Lakes. The tail end of this system, all the way down into Dothan, Alabama. Shower activity extends up into the Atlanta metro area, eastern portions of Tennessee, eastern Kentucky. Things have really lightened up, just more of a sprinkly kind of night from Louisville to Lexington. Light rain up through Cincinnati. On up into northern portions of Indiana there. Some heavier rains, northwestern Indiana. Plenty of shower activity up into southern Michigan. Rain extending all the way up into the UP of Michigan, as a matter of fact. So kind of a soggy night for some, but nothing as far as severe weather in the mix tonight, as the case was a much different 24 hours ago. Looking at the big map, there's not really a lot of advisories to be concerned with for most of the country. So for a majority of you out there moving freight along the highways and byways, pretty good night to be rolling up and down the highways tonight. And we'll check on some of the other, as we mentioned, Halloween just around the corner here. We'll talk about a big weather pattern change that's going to be occurring for our friends out west, in particular the Pacific Northwest, where they're talking about a proverbial train of thunderstorms, showers and storms coming into that region. There are 5 storms lined up and poised to move into the Pacific Northwest between now and November the 2nd. So literally every other day, another system coming in. Some will have more moisture than others to work with. But nonetheless, flooding and avalanche concerns will be growing there in parts of the Northwest. Well, for our friends out in California, did you feel the earth move under your feet? I know our regular listening friend Santa Claus is out. I'm not sure where this was in proximity to where he might have been this past day. But the San Francisco Bay Area, that's a pretty decent-sized quake, a 5.1 on Tuesday morning, about 11:42 a.m. The epicenter, San Jose, California. Of course, it was felt throughout the Bay Area, as far north as Fairfield, as far east as Stockton, and as far south as Salinas. This is the largest to hit the area since 2014 in Napa. Which damaged buildings, injured more than 100 people. There are no reported injuries from this past morning's quake. Now, that initial 5.1 was followed by a 3.1 aftershock. Still, the National Weather Service didn't anticipate any resulting tsunamis. California has reported the new shake alert system indeed provided them with about 5 or 10 seconds warning. It's amazing. You don't get a lot of advance. What are you going to do in 5 seconds or 10 seconds? Yeah, some buildings in the Bay Area were actually evacuated. California Office of Emergency Services evaluating damage or other issues caused by the quake. The Caltrain and Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority were shut down initially. They are operating at reduced speeds, according to the latest. They'll be conducting surveys of the tracks there in California. Little shake, rattle, and roll out west. Hello to Philly Dan out of the box. He says, I'd like to give a shout out to anyone who hasn't felt okay lately, but you still get up every day and refuse to quit. Just stay strong. And God bless the Rambler. So just a little encouraging note from Philly Dan tonight. Good to have you on board. Heavy D checks in as usual. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe and keep on trucking. High pressure pumping, ready to roll. Horse feathers. Hey, why don't we take a poll, see if they want to just see the hump day, or do they want horse feathers to do, hey, Mike. It wouldn't be Wednesday. It wouldn't be hump day if we didn't get our, hey, Mike. Pappy's on board, 60 degrees in Harrison, Ohio tonight, kind of a drizzly night. Hammer down and be safe, drivers. P.S. Stock up on food and water. Yeah, we'll share a little bit of what he's talking about there. Interesting report that he threw my way here a few hours ago, talking about potential global food shortages in the offing. Copying the mail, there's 5-7 on board. Richard checks in from Central Florida, 68 degrees. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners out there. The Michigan Madman, hello from a soggy Michigan tonight. From the Michigan Madman. Joe says, I drove through a hell of a storm on I-10 around Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, the 77-mile marker, about 10 o'clock Central Time this past evening. All right, good afternoon. There's Larry checking in. Hammer down and be safe. Big Ed, he's already on board. He says, I vote Mike. There you go. Rich headed for Denver from Richmond, Indiana shortly. Hopefully don't hit any storms, but thanks for all you do there, Steve. Good to have you with us. 007 checking in from Bloomington, Minnesota. Got a delivery in the morning there. Hello to Bolt. Morning, Steve. Bolt checking in with 54 degrees at the State Police Barracks in Romney, West Virginia once again tonight. Busy night tonight. Plenty of stuff going on. I wish everyone a wonderful and safe night. And hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve. Stay safe out there, drivers. Our number, 844-844-3388. Doughboy was on the line here a moment ago. I guess he dropped off, but we'll get to, it looks like, is that Ironbeard? Maybe, just maybe. Pat will be checking in. And room for you as we roll into a Wednesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hey, good morning, Deborah. Morning, Steve. It's a rainy 61 degrees. Heading down to the upper 50s today here in Indiana. Everybody stay safe out there tonight, especially my special driver, and have a wonderful Wednesday. All right, thanks for the update there, Deborah. Yeah, things cooling off a little bit once again. Set up here and see him. Double check. Is that Ironbeard by chance?
It is. How you doing, my friend?
My. It's been a while. Yep. What's happening?
Oh, same old. Kind of got messed up today. Stopped the fuel there at Lake Station and come out and blew an airbag. So had to get a little work done. So I'm running a little bit late tonight. I'm normally in bed by this time, but other than that, it's been same old. I listen to you on the podcast. I talk to Horse Feathers and Tim Jim, and they keep me abreast of a lot of info. And so, how you been?
I'm doing. Hey, plugging away. I've asked about you several times because it's been so long since we've heard from you. So you're not out there at night very often. Then I guess that kind of explains it.
No, I still run the one dedicated from the manufacturing distribution plant. And about a year ago, I picked up another dedicated coming back, a lady I used to work for 20 years ago. So I run these two dedicated, and they're both daylight runs. So, I'm normally, sometimes on Monday night, I might be up at 11 o'clock, but that's the latest. On Tuesday night, I'm usually in bed by 10 o'clock, and then I'm home on Wednesday.
I got you.
So,
well, and one of
I just do
one of the conversations I had recently was with our other Lester. I gave him a ring because he hadn't called in a while, and he was kind of updating me on some of his the health issues that he's been going through, and obviously he's not on the road right now. But we were talking a bit about the whole issue of the request from the FMCSA about changing the rules for ELDs and mandating ELDs for the older trucks, the pre-2000 engines. And he was telling me you run those older trucks. Is that correct?
That's right. I have a 97 and a 98. But I also only have 2 years left to retire. So as long as this shit holds off for 2 years,
right, I'm
good to go.
Well, I think anything that the FMCSA does takes at least that kind of time. So you'll probably be retired before then. But so you're probably not going to be worried about making any comments about the pre-2000 engines?
No. Actually, the company I'm leased to, we have a better safety record on the pre-2000 trucks than we do on the newer ones.
Mm-hmm.
For the simple reason, us guys with the older trucks, we're always looking at them, and the company I'm leased to, we got to have a federal annual every 3 months because of the older trucks.
Mm-hmm.
But, so on that aspect, our safety record's better. And most of the guys that run the older trucks are old farts like me.
Yeah.
So,
well,
I
know our old friend Big Ed's on the line because he already chimed in on. He's got us on YouTube tonight. So have you talked to Big Ed since we were together back in 2019? It's been so long.
I talked to him once or twice.
Okay.
I've talked to him once or twice. Yeah. Yeah, I've called him here. I think I called him twice. And I follow him all the time on Facebook there. But, hey, did you hear your top of the hour news?
Which story?
I guess that Rachel Walensky or whatever got her booster shot and ended up with COVID.
Yes. Yeah, because the president got his booster this past day, trying to convince everybody to get it, and then trying to talk about it'll prevent spreading. And they're like, that's not really correct information because Walensky, as you said, Walensky just got the booster here a few weeks ago, and now she just had it this past week. So.
Well, I ain't got no boosters. I got the 2-shot Pfizer, and Fluffy did too, and we both wish we hadn't. Fluffy's had COVID twice. I ended up with a blood clot in my leg.
Oh, boy.
And the family doctor that we've had for 20 years, he had like eight guys my age.
With the same kind of problem. Hey, I got to get my news break because we're on that solid clock now, and the clock says we got to do that in about 5 seconds. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Home prices are dropping at the fastest rate on record. The S&P CoreLogic Case-Shiller Index shows home prices increased 13% on an annual basis in August. That's a 2.5% drop from the previous month as the housing market struggles with sharply higher mortgage rates. Brittany Griner's legal troubles are continuing.
Bad news for a WNBA player in Russia. A Russian court on Tuesday rejected Brittany Griner's begging for forgiveness for her mistake. After reviewing the case for about 30 minutes, the presiding judge ruled the verdict was upheld, and Griner must complete her 9-year sentence for possession and smuggling drugs into their country. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
President Biden on Tuesday received his updated COVID booster. USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com. The 1920 to 1938 Buffalo Nickel, a true American classic and one of the most iconic coins in history. It's been more than 80 years since the last Buffalo nickel coin was struck. But now, for a limited time only, full 1-pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Buffalo nickels are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1920 to 1938 classic American Buffalo nickel coins, all in very good collector condition, with fully visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-800-895-7267 now to secure a full pound of collector's-grade U.S. Buffalo nickels struck during the Roaring '20s and the Great Depression. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $10, free with every order. Call now, 1-800-895-7267 to secure your full pound bag of Buffalo nickels before they're gone. 1-800-895-7267. That's 1-800-895-7267.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. What are we looking at? Yeah, Wednesday, hump day coming on. Yeah, lots to cover this morning. Boy, where do we begin? We get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. So, yeah, thanks for hanging in there, Ironbeard. Well, how's Fluffy doing? How's the better half been?
Well, she got the shot, and we've had the same family doctor for over 20 years. First time he's called and said, I need to see you in my office. Something to do with anion gap, her blood test, pH level of her blood. So they've had to put her on treatments to get her through that. Basically, about 6 months after the shot, when it kind of wore off, it came back to normal.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Other than that, she had to go back to work full time because that Kasich, passed that thing for the retired state workers because she retired from the college that they supposed to get retiree health care. Well, they did away with that, and they're going to give you some money to buy it on exchanges. Said, oh, okay. So she meets with the lady. What they were going to give her versus what it was going to cost us was an extra $2,600 a month.
Wow.
Yeah, so she went back to work. She got a job at the college, and she works from home Monday and Friday, and then goes to her office Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But after 40 years, then having to go back, like that's ridiculous.
No doubt.
But
wow.
the college said, hey, we understand you got shafted here, so this is what we'll offer you, simply so we could get health care. I looked at going to work at a couple different places. One place told me I've been self-employed too long, they wouldn't hire me, and went to a couple of the LTL carriers. They basically want you to start on the bottom rung. One of the LTL carriers said, oh, yeah, we got a perfect run for you. Streetsboro to Buffalo and Rochester with a set of pups in the snow belt in the wintertime. And I'm like, are you out of your tiny mind? Ain't going to happen.
I hear you. Wow.
And he said, well, you are a low man on the totem pole. I said, after 40 years, I don't consider myself low man on the totem pole.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So, it's just, all I know is I got to hold my nose and vote for J.D. Vance because we got to stop the bleeding. That's all I know, because we got to get balance of power in there somehow.
Yeah. Well, I've got an update on those two guys coming up as well, Vance and Ryan. There, that's a crucial race for the midterms here.
Well, I'll be going tomorrow, and I'm gonna vote a straight Republican ticket because we got to stop the bleeding somehow.
Yes.
I mean, this is getting beyond ridiculous. I listened to your podcast there Sunday night where you were talking about them charging stations every 150 miles.
Right.
Well, there ain't enough parking at the truck stops now. So what are you going to do if you're about to run out of battery juice? So you pull in this charging station and they're all taken. What do you do now? You ain't got no juice to go another 150 miles.
Right.
I agree with you 100%. There is no way that we're ready for this.
Yeah, it's called getting the cart ahead of the horse in this case.
Well, every time you turn around, they're saying there's not enough truck parking. Yet we're going to, what'd you say, 4 to 40 acres? A 4-acre charging station?
Yeah.
And you can't go no further because
anywhere from 4 acres to
know.
as big as 100 acres. And again, I don't know if they're going to be usable for truck parking or not, or just charging. I'm not exactly sure.
Well, if all them charging stations are full and you got a line of trucks sitting out on the street waiting for charge, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me. That's why we got to stop the bleeding somehow.
Well, Ironbeard, it's great to hear from you, my friend. You ready to go on a cruise?
I'm ready. Matter of fact, we've been talking. Jess and I have been talking, and Jim, and everybody. We've been talking. We think you ought to get one together for this fall.
Oh, this fall of 23?
Yes.
I've had a lot of people
asking
about
fall of 23.
it. Double R's been asking about it. Who all I talked to, Gary and Becky. Of course, they've taken several cruises, even during the pandemic and whatnot. And yeah, they're ready to go. Everybody's trying to push me. Let's get something together.
Well, the only sad thing about the cruise is we're not going to have Dawn, Dave Smith, or Little John.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yep.
And they were all three great people. How's Suzanne doing? Have you heard from her? Or?
I don't know when the last time Lisa spoke with her, but I don't know that they keep in contact a whole lot. So I don't really know.
Yeah, I was just wondering because she seemed to lean on Don an awful lot.
Yes.
I didn't think she would last too long after Dawn, to be honest with you, but that little thing with Little John there, that's another sad one. And I know Lisa Howell told me last time she was trying to find Dave a spot to go on the last cruise, and I sure wish he would have made it.
Yeah.
But, all right, buddy, will you send my love to the family, and we'll stay in touch.
Tell Fluffy that me and the princess said hello, and it's great to hear from you.
Same here, buddy. You take care.
Safe travels out there. Yeah, July 21 of 2021. Not this past July, but last year was the last time we had heard directly from Ironbeard here on the show. So, yeah, he's another one of our cruise friends. Good times, Ironbeard. Lester, yeah, Eisenbar. All right, Pappy, when he chimed in earlier, stock up on food and water. He shared with me a link. I'm not exactly sure what the source of this particular head. It's kind of a screenshot from a story that he shared. The food crisis of 23 is going to be far worse than most people would dare to imagine. That's the headline. Michael Snyder says, I'm trying to sound the alarm about this as loudly as I can. Yeah, the global food crisis just continues to intensify. Things are going to get bad in 23. As you can see below, 2/3 of European fertilizer production has already been shut down. Currency problems are causing massive headaches for poor nations that need to import food. Global weather patterns continue to be crazy. The bird flu is killing millions upon millions of chickens and turkeys all over the planet. On top of everything else, the war in Ukraine is going to restrict the flow of agricultural and fertilizer exports from that part of the world for a long time to come, because there's no end in sight to the war there. In essence, we're facing a perfect storm for global food production, and that perfect storm is only going to get worse in the months ahead. Now, when they talk about the global concerns, I think most of us would say, hey, we're here in the United States, the breadbasket of the world, we're not going to see people starving to death in the streets. But I think when they're talking the global scheme of things, that may not be the case in many, many other countries that rely on the likes of the U.S. and imports for their food to sustain life. Now, at the same time, we have had our fair share of issues. We know that the prices, at least, we're going to be paying are undoubtedly going to continue to rise due to the likes of the fertilizer, the lack of fertilizer, the cost of fertilizer, the cost of farming overall, the cost to feed the chickens, the cost to feed the cows, all those things that we rely on as our food supply. Closer to home here, the report from this past day, companies and consumers should brace for the new normal of inflated prices and supply chain snags. That's the warning from the CEO of one of the world's largest food and beverage providers. The food industry has had to adapt to a seemingly endless stream of complications going back to the beginning of the pandemic, from product shortages to empty shelves at grocery stores at the beginning of the pandemic, to ongoing global supply chain problems caused by labor shortages and logistics issues. Food and beverage suppliers have had to adapt to an extreme set of challenges. These difficulties, which have only been aggravated by the climate and weather events, the Ukraine war, keeping food supply tight and prices high. People might just have to get used to it, according to the CEO of Kraft Heinz, the world's 5th largest food and beverage company. Every day we have a new problem. It's the new normal, he says. At the beginning, we thought it was a crisis. Now we know it's a new normal, and we have to adapt to that. The past 3 years of supply chain challenges have made the company more adept to identifying threats before they become real problems. But with food inflation continuing to rise, keeping prices in check is turning into a never-ending struggle, he says. We've already increased the prices that we're expecting this year. I am predicting next year inflation will continue, and as a consequence, we will have another round of price increases. Climbing food prices, one of the largest contributors to overall U.S. inflation, up 11.2% in just the past 12 months. Lingering shocks from the pandemic continue to hinder the global supply chains, which have contributed to keeping food inflation high across the board here in the USA. Back to the CEO of Kraft Heinz, he said higher prices might become inevitable if inflation continues to persist into next year. It is a constant fight to try and minimize our price increases. Bringing down inflation and avoiding that exact outcome has been the Federal Reserve's priority, with the central bank approving 5 interest rate hikes this year, trying to put the brakes on the economy to start reining in prices. But inflation has proven thus far to be stubborn, hard to tame, and many economists agree with his thesis. It's not going to subside in the near future. Inflation could last into 2024. According to Johns Hopkins economist Steve Hank, unprecedented growth in monetary supply in the U.S. in the early days of the pandemic. And the former Treasury Secretary, Larry Sommers, recently told Fortune, it's going to take several years and much higher unemployment for the Federal Reserve to bring down inflation rates. As far as Kraft Heinz is concerned, the time has come to adapt to the new normal in whatever way it can. Patricio says the company has shielded itself against shortages and inflation, including buying specific products like tomatoes in bulk and well in advance. When the supply chain trouble began to surface, we're also offering different pricing options to the consumer, including the choice to buy items in bulk themselves, as well as smaller product sizes at a lower price. But what we are facing here, a global food issue, but we're going to continue to pay more at the very least. Back to the calls. Pat, I believe it is. Good morning, Pat.
Mr. Steve, how are you? Long time no talk.
Doing well. How about yourself? It's been a while.
Yeah, the warehouse caught behind on Sunday night, and it's just snowball effect. I'm just coming into Syracuse now to head back to Rochester. Couple stories for you. I did see when I was leaving the house today, the New York Supreme Court overturned or put into place that all public employees that got terminated for not getting the shot are to be reinstated and compensated for time lost. I didn't get to see much of it. I just caught it on the news. I was running out the door tonight, so that's an interesting one if you got a chance to look into.
I've got all the details on that. That is in New York State, and this is what you'd have to call a precedent-setting ruling from the courts. Undoubtedly, we're going to see these kind of suits all over the country, where people may indeed get their jobs back and possibly even back pay for the time they were fired from.
Yeah, I mean, so my wife lost hers as a nurse at the beginning of it, didn't take it. I mean, obviously she found one now. It doesn't need it, works from home 5 days a week. It's a good situation, better than off than she was before it. But, I mean, that's a huge precedent to set across the country that's just going to snowball, I think.
Like I said, I think you're 100% correct.
Yeah, so, I mean, I deliver to a major fast food chain with the big golden arches, without saying the name. And we've seen supply chain issues where we're getting stuff inbound and it's literally getting set on our trucks and we're out the door. We've never, in the 10 years I've been here, I've never seen it as bad as it is now. It's just literally door to door. As soon as it gets in, it goes right back out. It's pretty crazy for us, something to scale as big as we are to see it, so.
Well, hey, good to hear from you, brother. Don't be such a stranger. As I said, I think this is only about the last time you called was back in August, I think. So.
Yeah, I'm usually sound asleep drilling on my pillow by this time of night, but stuff happens. So all right, Steve, I'll catch up with you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so just like Iron Beer, there's back-to-back callers tonight who people that normally catch the podcast, but. Yeah, I'll give you, let's take care of a quick timeout. We got the scoop. Yeah, this, I believe, could be the ripple effect could spread all around the country. Yeah, based on the state Supreme Court in New York, the ruling this past day. That's big news, if you ask me. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, and lines available. Jump on in. A big story out of New York. Pat just brought it up, so we'll jump into that. Pandemic begins early in 2020. Emergency declarations from states to cities to local communities, and everybody's coming up with ruling this and that, and you have to do this, and you have... The courts are now kind of catching up with some of these mandates. In this particular case, it was the mandate in New York that you get the vaccine or you lose your job. And how many people around the country dealt with that sort of issue? Tens upon hundreds of thousands, losing their jobs. The New York State Supreme Court ruling on Monday that New York City must rehire the group of city employees who were fired for refusing to be vaccinated. They have also ordered the city will provide back pay for the time the city employees went without work and wages. The judge ruling in favor of a group of city employees who challenged the mandate that then New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio had imposed on all city employees back in 2021. De Blasio's mandate was ultimately formalized through a commissioner's order issued by the city health commissioner. Here's the question. Who has the authority to do what and mandate what? In the ruling, the judge writes, quote, "It is clear that the health commissioner has the authority to issue public health mandates. No one is refuting that authority, but the health commissioner cannot create a new condition of employment for the city's existing employees, and he cannot prohibit an employee from reporting to work. Plus, the health commissioner cannot terminate employees." Now, the judge also wrote, being vaccinated does not prevent an individual from contracting or transmitting COVID. As of the day of this decision, the Center for Disease Control's guidelines requiring quarantine and isolation are the same for vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. The petitioners should not have been terminated for choosing not to protect themselves. We have learned through the course of this pandemic that the COVID vaccine is not absolute, was his quote. But therein the big ruling lies at who has the authority to say, the health commissioner saying if you don't do this, you can't have the job. The court says they don't have that authority. It was a 13-page decision, covered roughly 1,400 unvaccinated workers, rather than placing them on administrative leave. Yeah, it proves, according to the judge, it was never about stopping viral spread. It was not just about safety and public health. It was about compliance. If it was about safety and public health, the health commissioner would have issued citywide mandates for vaccinations of all residents. In a city with nearly 80% vaccination rate, we should not be penalizing the people who actually showed up to work, a great risk to themselves and their families, while we were locked down. Like I said, that's a big story. Pay attention to what's going to be coming down the pike in the future here. We get our top of the hour news break in. Rolling into a Wednesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
According to the Pentagon, the U.S. Africa Command coordinated with the Somali government to carry out an airstrike this past weekend. Two of the terrorists who were killed had reportedly been attacking Somali National Army forces. No civilian casualties were reported. President Biden redeployed several hundred Special Operations troops to Somalia in May, after former President Donald Trump withdrew them in December 2020. A magnitude 5.1 earthquake was felt widely across California's greater San Francisco Bay Area on Tuesday. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, the quake hit at 11:42 a.m., about 12 miles east of downtown San Jose. About 5 minutes later, a magnitude 3.1 aftershock was felt. We hear from Richard Allen, director of Berkeley Seismological Laboratory.
It's great to see this new technology that really has only been implemented in the last few years, delivering on its promise and giving people just a few seconds of warning so they can drop cover and hold on.
The damage is minimal following the largest quake to hit the area since 2014. Across the pond, a shakeup of a different kind is happening in London.
Rishi Sunak was born in Southampton, United Kingdom, to parents of Indian descent who migrated to Britain from East Africa in the 1960s. The former finance minister is said to be worth nearly $1 billion. On Tuesday, the 42-year-old Mr. Sunak became the youngest prime minister of the United Kingdom in 200 years.
We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And don't forget to check your cabinets. Clorox is recalling 37 million Pine Sol products after concerns of contamination. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
This week, a now 16-year-old boy pleaded guilty to 24 charges for opening fire at his Detroit area high school in 2021. Another tragedy from late last year now also faces justice.
The prosecution and defendant, Darrell Brooks, present their closing arguments to jurors. Brooks is accused of running over spectators at Waukesha's Christmas parade last year, killing 6 people and injuring more than 60 others. Waukesha County District Attorney Susan Opper is explaining.
I didn't charge 5,000 counts. We selected 61 counts of people that we can identify by name in Exhibit 15 that were injured by the conduct of Mr. Brooks.
Brooks is facing 76 counts related to the incident. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Elsewhere in Michigan, the governor, vying to keep her job, is debating that kids weren't out of school long enough for it to matter. That's not the case for much of the state, however. In Flint, for example, some students were forced to spend upward of 2 years away from the classroom. Kanye West is no longer a billionaire after his wife and several brands dropped him, this time following anti-Semitic remarks that garnered widespread criticism. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, we return on a Wednesday. Hope your week's going well. Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Acworth, Georgia. 64, it's a wet night. Got some rain and some wind, but it was really just light to moderate. Didn't last long, but we could definitely use some more rain. Got my delivery in Atlanta finished early this morning. Then got picked up for Florida. Wife's going to go with me after my delivery tomorrow evening. Going to stay with some friends till Sunday. All right, once I pick up, I'll come back to Atlanta, then leave Tuesday. Head to Monkey Gougers territory for Wednesday. One more thing, I am so tired of political advertisements. I turn on the TV to another channel or just turn the volume down. I'll be glad when this midterm election thing is over and we can start getting this country back on track. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, thank you very much. Buckeye Boy, thanks for checking in. Scooter chimed in. Steve, I believe there was a similar ruling on public employees that were terminated due to the vaccine non-compliance in the state of Connecticut. But they did stop short of ordering back pay in that case. Okay, I'll see what I can dig up on that. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. So, where are the prices at the pump going? Each week, we share, typically I share the Energy Information Administration numbers. Yeah, I did not realize ProMiles, that's another group that does a weekly survey, which, based on the sheer number of stations that they have connections with, it's much higher than the numbers from the Energy Information Administration. I think ProMiles might actually have more accurate numbers. The ProMiles report released this week showed the national diesel price average at $5.36 per gallon, up 16 cents from a week ago. ProMiles produces a report that's similar to that published by the Federal Energy Information Administration. The key difference between the two reports is the type and number of fueling stations in order to calculate their averages. While ProMiles uses their direct feed from thousands of truck stops to develop their averages, the EIA surveys 400 truck stops and convenience stores nationwide. Of course, the EIA report is also the average price of diesel for the previous week, but all but one region in the ProMiles report saw an increase to its average price, with the largest jump coming in the Central Atlantic at 41.3 cents. New England also reported a 41-cent surge, while the East Coast region was up by 28 cents. In addition, three other regions had an increase of more than 10 cents. California was the only region to report a decrease, and that was just over a penny, but they still have the highest average diesel price in the entire country. California is still averaging $6.62 a gallon. So here's some of the, the average prices for each region. East Coast at $5.38, New England at $5.69, the Central Atlantic now at $5.71 per gallon, Midwest at $5.27. Hey, there's one region that's still under $5. That would be the Gulf Coast at $4.92 per gallon. Of course, the further west you go, West Coast at $6.15, West Coast minus California at $5.57, but again, California at $6.62 per gallon. Well, correlating right in line with that, these incredible fuel prices. The American Transportation Research Institute has just released their top issues for the trucking industry. What's critical to the drivers versus what's the critical issues for the big companies. Each year, they issue this report highlighting the top issues in the industry. Leading this year's list is fuel prices, followed by driver shortage, truck parking, and driver compensation. New to the list this year is speed limiters, which ranked 9th in the top 10. Fuel prices, though, the last time fuel cost made the top 10 list was all the way back in 2013, when it was 8th overall. However, rising diesel costs have propelled that issue to number 1 this year. The 2022 operational cost of trucking found year-over-year increases in the fuel cost per mile over 3%. Fleets operating in the West are experiencing the highest fuel cost per mile at 43.1 cents. That's per mile. According to the report, high diesel prices are especially challenging for the owner-operators, many of whom operate in the spot market when there's less ability to negotiate fuel surcharges to cover this volatility in prices. Some strategies proposed by the American Transportation Research Institute would include advocating for federal action to help stabilize the supply of fuel and minimize the volatility, to research potential factors that may be affecting fuel availability and pricing volatility, and lastly, to promote financial incentives for alternative and renewable fuels to support growth and reduce costs. As expected, truck drivers and motor carriers had a different assessment of problems in the industry. The drivers' top concerns were truck parking, fuel prices, and driver compensation. The carriers' top issues were driver shortage, driver retention, and fuel prices in the top three there as well. Our number, 844-844-3388. What do you say, 5-7? Happy Hump Day.
Happy Hump Day. What do I say? Probably too much. That's what everybody tells me. But here goes. As of last night, I did ask our yard man, how many truckloads does it take to fill up one of our railroad cars full of chips? And, you figure 40 ton per truck. He said about 5.5. So that's what these railroad cars carry. It takes, a railroad car replaces 5.5 truckloads.
Okay.
So that, we'll just leave that at there. And it'd probably been better off last night if we found out how many truckloads did the barge replace. But everything goes up and down. I mean, you can get the volume on, if they get the chips out of the wet yard, it'll look like, the logs out of the wet yard, it won't look like you have much weight on at all. When it gets dry, it looks like you'll be overloaded. So sometimes it's hard to guess what's going on. You're trying to figure out Biden's speech last night. Is he lying? What? About how they've reduced the deficit. I think I'm going to keep this simple. The way it was explained, how they figure that out or come up with that, monkey business number is, if you spend $10 one year, and then the next year you only spend $9.50, you can claim that you've reduced the deficit. So that's how they're getting by on that, on his speech. And he had a vibrant speech. He must have been on something. He was strong. He delivered the speech pretty good, I thought. Part of it, and then he started attacking the quote, Republicans that accepted the PPE, relief bills or money, and then comparing that because the Republicans that were upset about the student loans. Well, let's get this straight, okay? The PPP loans was there given to these small companies, including Marjorie Greene and her husband. I don't know what kind of business. I don't know how many employees they have, but if any. But I do know this: they were locked down, and in this country, those people went and had to get loans to keep the doors open because the government shut them down. While down the street, Target, Walmart, Sam's Club was still wide open, all right? So the government picked and chose. Well, they could make a profit these people could not. There's no comparison to them being upset about paying off student loans. Matter of fact, if you go to college, I think one of the educational values is when you make a debt, you have to pay it. If you don't pay a debt, it's gonna follow you for a long, long time. It's a credit score, everything needs to be included in that. And usually, these colleges just suck that money up. And I'm sorry, we're truck drivers out here. Now, I don't mind if this nation is, let's say we got a shortage of engineers, shortage of doctors, shortage, okay, we can cut them a break. You know what I mean? But gender studies, I mean, if you're going to cut people, cut fund or deliver a freebie to anybody, I'm sorry, no. If the value of your education is there and can benefit America, okay, we can invest like that in you. But just cutting a check and letting everybody go, and we all know it's because of the election. Biden's trying to get the young people out to vote, and just like emptying out our nation's reserve. So the Democrats are trying to make that connection between the Republicans being upset over, student loan forgiveness and the fact that they took money. That, by the way, they wouldn't have never took if the government hadn't shut their businesses down. So I just wanted to, sometimes, they'll stretch the truth enough to get people fooled into believing what they're saying. But it doesn't, hey, I'm just a truck driver, barely made it out of high school. And it comes now, hey, I did my best to educate anybody that's listening. If you want to believe Biden and the rest of them, then go ahead, because now it's what you want to believe. But the reality is, here it comes. And somebody said, when we get this election, that'll be it. I'm sorry, buddy. As soon as
it's just the beginning, right? It's just the beginning.
Yes,
right?
Sir. We are just on D-Day. We are just heading out. We're in the water crossing England right now. And when we get to the beach, we're going to get on there. We're going to fight our way on the beach. If Mitch McConnell is still leading the troops, then forget it. I forget it. I don't have faith in Mitch McConnell at all, because he's been bought and paid for by the Chinese through his wife. So, but at the same time, it's going to be 2 years of hell, and I love it. One last thing, there's a clip out, I shared it. Whoopi Goldberg got all over Ted Cruz. I mean, I don't know if you was planning on covering that story, but she got all over Ted Cruz about Republicans and not accepting the election and causing violence on that one day. I won't mention it. And Ted Cruz looks at Whoopi and says, "Am I missing something here? For the last 2 years, you've had Antifa burning down our cities." And I mean, it was just funny how Whoopi Goldberg just blowed that off. I mean, all this stuff is not sticking to them, and they let that happen. And more, Mitch McConnell needs to get the pickle out of his mouth, and I'm talking a regular pickle. I'm not talking about anything else, because you dirty-minded people out there. I'm telling you, he needs to get the pickle out of his mouth and start talking like a Republican. It's a fight for survival for the conservative party. And I'm telling you, Mitch McConnell, you ain't no better than Liz Cheney. And these ain't nothing but war dogs.
Yeah.
Mitch
McConnell's got to go. Speaking of which, the Alaska Republican Party actually just voted to censure Mitch McConnell, due to his support of Senator Lisa Murkowski. The party's 49-8 vote after it put its support behind former President Donald Trump endorsed Kelly Tshibaka. Now, this is the Republican Party in Alaska. Yeah, Kelly, who has sought to challenge Murkowski from the right, highlighting her moderate record. Now, this is after Murkowski's decision. Here you got Lisa Murkowski, who's endorsing the Democrat, Mary Peltola, that's running for re-election against the Republican opponents, Sarah Palin and Nick Buttigieg III. So the Republican is endorsing the Democrat in that state. And Mitch McConnell is supporting Lisa Murkowski. The Republican Party in Alaska said the millions of dollars that Mitch McConnell is spending on lies about me, this is Tshibaka, could actually be put to better use in other states where a Republican has a chance to beat a Democrat. And the Alaska Republican Party just told Mitch to butt out of our state. Yeah, Murkowski right now leads by like 12 percentage points in a direct head-to-head contest there. You know, so why someone with that kind of a lead, why are you pumping money into Murkowski's camp? She's the one that's been there forever and a day, but yeah, another that's right up there with the likes of Liz Cheney and what's it, Collins out of Maine. Yeah, those, quote, Republicans that all too often vote with the Democrats. And it's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, what else we got going on here? Hey, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, Philip in Florida mentioned last evening so that you've been paying attention to the impending SpaceX launch. No, I really hadn't. The most powerful rocket in the world is getting ready to take flight for the first time in more than 3 years. SpaceX has linked up the 3 boosters that comprise the first stage of the Falcon Heavy rocket in preparation for the upcoming liftoff from Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center. Falcon Heavy in the hangar at Launch Complex 39A, according to the company tweet. Those 3 boosters are modified first stages of the Falcon 9, which is the workhorse for SpaceX. Yeah, the Falcon Heavy straps 3 of these things together and puts a payload carrying second stage atop that central booster. Together, these 27 Merlin engines generate about 5 million pounds of thrust at liftoff, which is unmatched among rockets flying today. So currently, Falcon Heavy is the most powerful operational rocket in the world by a factor of 2, they say, with the ability to lift into orbit nearly 141,000 pounds. Falcon Heavy can lift more than twice the payload of the next closest operational vehicle, and that's the Delta IV Heavy from the United Launch Alliance. The current Falcon Heavy work at Pad 39A supports USSF-44, a coming mission that's going to launch 2 classified satellites to distant geostationary orbit for the United States Space Force. Launch date has not been officially announced. There are various sources that say no earlier than Halloween, October 31st here, which would be next Monday, just around the corner. Yeah, Falcon Heavy, the first stages, like those of the Falcon 9, are designed to be reusable, but only 2 of the 3 will actually come back to Earth for safe touchdowns. The central core will actually be ditched, falling into the sea when the launch work is accomplished there. It's pretty wild, but yeah, big boy, ready to lift off maybe here in a few days. All right, lines wide open at 844-844-3388. What's going on in your world? As we roll into a Wednesday, we'll get a news break here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Colorado all held debates on Tuesday. The candidates' conversations centered around topics including COVID response and Roe v. Wade. One of the candidates in the Keystone State is a recognizable figure from daytime television, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Texas Senator Ted Cruz feels meeting Americans in their living rooms may be just the ticket.
I think conservatives, we need to do a much better job reaching out to a broader audience. I think we need to be talking to young people and Hispanics and African Americans and suburban moms.
The Department of Energy says heating oil prices will be 27% higher this winter. Stockpiles of the commodity in New England are currently at just a third of normal levels. Wholesalers have begun rationing their supply to prevent panic buying and hoarding. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Did you hear that top story in the news break there? Heating oil supplies. Now, that's what Lone Ranger's been beating this drum for months and months now. His last call here about a week ago, talking about the cost to fill up his tank. Top things off as he prepares for the winter. $5 plus per gallon. I guess the big concern, what they just mentioned, is in the Northeast, where many rely on the home heating oil. The stockpiles are at a third of where they should be this time of year. Suppliers have begun rationing in New York and New England, according to the report from the Daily Mail. As I mentioned, the Northeast relies heavily on heating oil, which is similar to diesel fuel, of course, for home heating, leading to fears of shortages as winter approaches. Now, about 90% of the country heats with other methods. It's really the Northeast. Heating oil wholesalers have started limiting allocations to retail suppliers in the region. According to the president of the Connecticut Energy Markets Association, this rationing, which is meant to prevent panic buying and hoarding, limits the amount of heating oil consumers can buy. So rather than a 200-gallon order, I don't see that they're saying how much you're allowed to purchase at any given time. The drop in supplies is the result of the same issues hitting the world oil markets, according to the Mail, such as a lack of rebuilt production capacity after the pandemic, disruptions from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Yes, stockpiles are also being affected by backwardation. Bloomberg says backwardation is a pricing structure that charges more for prompt deliveries versus future deliveries. There's just no incentive to store large amount of product. Yeah, prices of heating oil hit $4.09 a gallon in New York last week versus $2.46 a gallon a year ago. Homes heated with heating oil are expected to see their cost up 27% this winter, according to the Energy Department. Homes heated with natural gas are expected to see increases of 28%. Homes heated with electricity will be up by 10%. But yeah, nearly 30% more to heat your home this winter. I guess that kind of ties in with the International Energy Agency chief saying the world is in its first truly global energy crisis. Tell me, folks, how many countries around the world have been on this Green Deal? Go green, eliminate fossil fuels. Look, it's all the chickens are coming home to roost. Tightening markets for liquefied natural gas globally and major oil producers cutting supply have put the world in the middle of its, quote, first truly global energy crisis. Head of the International Energy Agency this past day. Rising imports of LNG to Europe amid the Ukraine crisis. A potential rebound in China's appetite for the fuel will tighten the market as only 20 billion cubic meters of new LNG capacity will come to market next year. At the same time, the recent decision by OPEC Plus, to cut 2 million barrels per day of output is a risky decision as the International Energy Agency sees global oil demand growth of close to 2 million barrels per day this year. They're cutting 2 million, and they're saying we're going to see growth of close to 2 million barrels per day. It's especially risky as several economies around the world are on the brink of recession. If that we're talking about the global recession, I found this decision really unfortunate. He said, soaring global prices across a number of energy sources, including oil, natural gas, and coal, are hammering consumers at the same time they're already dealing with rising food and service inflation. The high prices and the possibility of rationing are potentially hazardous to European consumers as they prepare for the Northern Hemisphere winter. Europe may make it through the winter somewhat battered if the weather remains mild. Now, unless we have an extremely cold and long winter, unless there will be any surprises in terms of what we've seen, for example, the Nord Stream pipeline explosion, Europe should go through the winter with some economic and social bruises. Oil consumption is expected to grow by 1.7 million barrels per day in 2023. So the world will still need Russian oil if we're going to meet demand. Well, U.S. Treasury official tells Reuters last week it's not unreasonable to believe that up to 80 to 90% of Russian oil will continue to flow outside the price cap mechanism if Moscow seeks to flout it. That's good because the world still needs Russian oil to flow into the market right now. And 80 to 90%, that's an encouraging level to meet the demand. All right. Meanwhile, hey, are we still sucking out of the strategic reserve? My. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Steve, 70 degrees down here in Central Florida tonight. Beautiful night for driving. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well, still hanging on at 60 outside the secret bunker. It's not a bad night here as well. Little rainy, dreary, kind of a dreary night. But
Pappy's right, Steve. You better start stocking up on everything, because this is going to get a lot worse, and I don't think it's going to get better. That's just my opinion from reading everything I've read. You read that article about the diesel, right? What do we got, about 3 weeks left?
They had 25-day supply. Now,
that article was about five days ago, so we basically got about 3 weeks of diesel fuel left. Steve, have you ever seen anything like this?
Not in my lifetime, no.
No.
I mean, I was very, very young during the 1970s energy crisis, so I do remember, rationing your fuel purchase
the odd
and
even
whatnot.
days.
But
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The long lines for gasoline. But Steve, here's the thing. Until we get somebody new in the White House that's energy friendly, not like these climate change nutcases that are running the government now and basically running the world. All these that European Union is a disaster. What is that? The Global Economic Forum?
Right.
Disaster. That's what's driving all of this. See, we got more oil under our feet than China and Russia combined. I mean, we have enough oil to last probably 500 years. I mean, this country's still pretty young, 250 years old, basically. But it's just sad what they're doing to this country. It really is. But seriously, Pappy's right. I mean, I just got a generator installed, But the problem is, Steve, and I got a dual generator which runs on gas or propane. The problem is finding the fuel to run it. If this does hit the fan, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many propane tanks can you stock in your garage? Even 100-pounders. I mean, 400 or 500 pound tanks. It probably last you maybe a couple of months if you conserve. Just turn the lights on, and use so many things and kick the generator off, so you're not using a lot of fuel. And you better have a lot of water, and stuff that you can, a lot of cans. But can you imagine, Steve, if we do have this thing going on with the diesel? I mean, everything in this country runs on diesel. We talked about it. Trains, barges, semis. I mean, I was in Walmart early Monday morning, and I'll tell you what, Steve, there were a lot of product off the shelves, empty. A lot. I've never seen it like that. And I've heard that Walmart's having a problem, getting the stuff in and getting it on the shelves. I mean, usually when I get there at 6 in the morning, everything's already stocked up, but there was a lot of product missing. So it just, and that's the first time I've seen that, like I said. So it just kind of makes you wonder. But yeah, I've got the MRE. I probably got enough food, Steve, to probably last maybe a year, maybe 2 years. I mean, I don't know. My wife thinks I'm kind of crazy. Why are you buying all these canned goods?
Right.
Well, honey,
right.
you'll be eating that crap when this stuff hits the fan. Believe me, you'll be begging for a bite of my beefaroni. But getting back to these candidates, Steve, did you happen to catch any of the clips from that debate tonight in Pennsylvania? Last night, I should say.
But the fact that when he opened up, he said good night.
Yes,
night,
he said hi and good night, everybody.
Good night. Obviously, he meant to say good evening, right? Yeah, you can his stroke has had a profound impact on his cognitive abilities.
Steve, it's sad with that. Well, whoever's doing this to that guy, whether it's his wife, campaign, whatever, this is a sad situation. I'm totally against his radical agenda and what he stands for. But, you know, he's a human being. The guy had a stroke, and he should be in some kind of rehabilitation center getting therapy. You know, I mean, he just had the stroke not too long ago.
Right.
And the guy can barely put a sentence together. His thoughts aren't there. I mean, Dr. Oz is a very smart individual, very intelligent, good communicator. Is he going to vote 100% of the time with the Republican majority? I don't know. Maybe 75%, but it's still a hell of a lot better than what he's running against. I mean, that guy is a disaster. And the people of Pennsylvania got to be smarter than that. I mean, after that debate last night, Steve, Dr. Oz should win that state by a landslide. A landslide. You cannot have any kind of brain to put somebody in office like that, and including the guy that's in the Oval Office. I mean, in the last week, Steve, just listening to clips here and there, he's getting a lot worse. You know, the way he's acting, the way he's speaking, you know. I mean, you see when he puts his head down on the podium like he's going to, like, nod off?
Yeah.
I mean, these countries got to be just, this is the time to do something against America, because this guy is so weak. I don't know. It's just a sad state of affairs. It really is. I mean, some of the things this guy's saying, just incredible. It really is. But, you know, there's that other one, too, in New York. I think her name's Kathy
Hochul.
Hochul, who's running against Lee Zeldin, who's really a great guy. I've listened to a lot of his interviews. She said about crime, about locking up criminals and crime.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
She goes, I don't know why that's so important to you people.
What's the big deal? Yeah, what's the big deal?
That came out of her mouth.
She actually said it. What's the big deal? Why it's so important for you for criminals to be in jail? Why?
Oh, Steve, I'll tell you.
And people are going to vote for her.
Yeah, well, I think Lee Zeldin's going to win that governorship in New York, and that'll be a big victory for them up there. It really will, because he's really a good candidate, and he grew up in New York. You know, he cares about that state. That woman there, she doesn't care about New York. She doesn't care about anything except the radical left. But they, you know, the thing is cops are leaving New York. They're not going to have a police force pretty soon. Moose and I were talking about this last night. They're leaving in droves. And you know who's hiring them? Ron DeSantis in Florida. He's welcoming all them cops with open arms. Come on down here, we'll give you a job.
They are poised. New York's poised to lose 4,000 cops this year. Now, I think they just brought in, 1,900 recruits. So you do the math. If you got 4,000 exiting, 1,900 coming in, and all those 1,900 aren't going to make it through the academy. You know, just because you go to the academy doesn't mean you get through it. Essentially, they have lost at least 2,000 cops this year.
And how many? Yeah, and even the recruits, how many are going to quit after being on the street for a couple of weeks, seeing what's going on?
Exactly.
I didn't sign up for this. You know, I mean, they're not going to stand by the cops. You know, I told Moose it's going to be like that movie where Kurt Russell escaped from New York. Did you ever see that movie?
Oh yeah.
That's what it's going to be like, Steve. Mad Max. You know, it's just unbelievable what's going. And then I hope those people in the Northeast, all those liberals in Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, with all those reprobates up there, that you know, when the heating oil goes up to $8 a gallon and they can't heat their homes, maybe they'll finally figure out, wow, what did we vote for here? You know? So.
Hey, this Green New Deal is turning out good, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Bernie Sanders, my God, what a disaster. He's another one. He tried to, the other day, he was blaming big meat, big oil, big this, big that. You know, it's got nothing to do with the spending. It's all big meat, you know, it's called corporate greed. That's what he called it. It's corporate greed. That's that's driving inflation. But if that's the case, Steve, when Donald Trump was in office for 4 years, where was the corporate greed then? It wasn't around because it's not true. So anyway, buddy, I know you got a break coming up, and appreciate you taking my call tonight. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you much. Great to hear from you. Yeah, New York's governor. This is going to be an interesting race. Yeah, Kathy Hochul, they're holding their debate, all right? And they've got this, New York's got this whole cash bail reform thing, you get out of jail free card, essentially, for certain crimes. Yeah, and we know statistically the research shows an overwhelming number of those who are put back on the street rather than being kept behind bars just immediately go out and commit another crime. Yeah, there's no fear of reprisal. Screw it, I'll be out tomorrow. Go ahead, arrest me. Thumb of the nose at the police. So Zeldin kind of challenges her on that. He said, yeah, we're halfway through this debate, and she still hasn't talked about locking up anyone that's committing crimes in this city. To which Hochul responds, quote, anyone who commits a crime under our laws, especially with the change we made to bail, has consequences. I don't know why that's so important to you. Why is it so important to keep criminals behind bars? Now, the race in New York has really tightened up in recent days. And most of that is because of the rising crime levels in New York. The latest Real Clear Politics rating, this particular race, which we all know, a traditionally deep blue New York, is listed as a toss-up race right now. Challenging Hochul on New York's crime policies, particularly the whole cash bail reform, which permits those arrested for crimes back onto the streets within hours. Zeldin highlighted this recent wave of violent crimes that are taking place in New York, especially look at the crimes in the subway system. Hochul has expressed support for the no bail law signed by former Governor Andrew Cuomo, stating the reforms were successful, although noting since the law was passed, we have seen a rather distressing increase in shootings and homicides. I guess they just can't seem to put the pieces together and grasp the fact that many criminals have no fear. If I do get caught, I'll be back on the street in no time. If I don't get caught, hey, screw it. All right, a couple minutes before we hit that top of the hour news break, switching from New York back over to this also supposedly tight race in New York. How it is as tight as it is, I don't understand. But I guess there's a lot I don't understand about politics. John Fetterman had a stroke in May. You feel for anyone that goes through that. Is he mentally fit to take the position, becoming the next senator to represent the people in the state of Pennsylvania? Can he make coherent cognitive decisions? It's a valid question. Opening the debate this past evening.
What qualifies you to be a U.S. Senator? You have 60 seconds.
Hi, good night, everybody. I'm running to serve Pennsylvania. He's running to use Pennsylvania. Here's a man that spent more than $20 million of his own money to try to buy that seat. I'm also having to talk about something called the Oz rule, that if he's on TV, he's lying. He did that during his career on his TV show. He's done that during his campaign about lying about our record here. And he's also lying probably during this debate.
Obviously, you can tell he's having trouble. And of course, that's what happens when you have a stroke. He's having a very difficult time putting his thoughts together, putting together coherent sentences. But, this is the choice the people in Pennsylvania are going to be making here in just a few short days. The choice, John Fetterman or Dr. Oz. And as Steve mentioned, is Oz, would Dr. Oz be the best decision? Yeah, like so many people, and it's sad to say, like so many people say, I'm going to hold my nose and vote for the lesser of two evils. It's very sad that it has to come to that, but many people, who was it earlier? Pat, I think it was, said the same thing here in Ohio. Or maybe it was Ironbeard. Yeah, Ironbeard brought that up. Talking about, Ryan Vance. I'm going to hold my nose and, don't really want this guy, but what's the alternative? I guess it kind of like today, several years after the fact, if you ask a number of Americans the question, because they hated Donald Trump, what if today you had the same choice to make? Just because you hated Donald Trump, would you actually vote for Joe Biden again? Or would you vote for the lesser of two evils? Because, things have changed an awful lot, not for the better, since those last decisions were made, if that makes sense. All right, we'll get our news break here. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
USA Radio News.
According to the Pentagon, the U.S. Africa Command coordinated with the Somali government to carry out an airstrike this past weekend. 2 of the terrorists who were killed had reportedly been attacking Somali National Army forces. No civilian casualties were reported. President Biden redeployed several hundred Special Operations troops to Somalia in May, after former President Donald Trump withdrew them in December 2020. A magnitude 5.1 earthquake was felt widely across California's greater San Francisco Bay Area on Tuesday. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, the quake hit at 11:42 a.m., about 12 miles east of downtown San Jose. About 5 minutes later, a magnitude 3.1 aftershock was felt. We hear from Richard Allen, director of Berkeley Seismological Laboratory.
It's great to see this new technology that really has only been implemented in the last few years, delivering on its promise and giving people just a few seconds of warning so they can drop cover and hold on.
The damage is minimal following the largest quake to hit the area since 2014. Across the pond, a shakeup of a different kind is happening in London.
Rishi Sunak was born in Southampton, United Kingdom, to parents of Indian descent who migrated to Britain from East Africa in the 1960s. The former finance minister is said to be worth nearly $1 billion. On Tuesday, the 42-year-old Mr. Sunak became the youngest prime minister of the United Kingdom in 200 years.
We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And don't forget to check your cabinets. Clorox is recalling 37 million Pine Sol products after concerns of contamination. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
This week, a now 16-year-old boy pleaded guilty to 24 charges for opening fire at his Detroit area high school in 2021. Another tragedy from late last year now also faces justice.
The prosecution and defendant, Darrell Brooks, present their closing arguments to jurors. Brooks is accused of running over spectators at Waukesha's Christmas parade last year, killing 6 people and injuring more than 60 others. Waukesha County District Attorney Susan Opper is explaining.
I didn't charge 5,000 counts. We selected 61 counts of people that we can identify by name in Exhibit 15 that were injured by the conduct of Mr. Brooks.
Brooks is facing 76 counts related to the incident. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Elsewhere in Michigan, the governor, vying to keep her job, is debating that kids weren't out of school long enough for it to matter. That's not the case for much of the state, however. In Flint, for example, some students were forced to spend upward of 2 years away from the classroom. Kanye West is no longer a billionaire after his wife and several brands dropped him, this time following anti-Semitic remarks that garnered widespread criticism. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back at it here. Hope your week's going well. Got a Wednesday coming on. Midweek hump day, as we like to call it. Real quick, getting back to the story we've touched on several times this week. The headline late last week and over the weekend, the United States has 25 days of diesel supply left. Little bit of media coverage, not a whole heck of a lot. Of course, residents in New England, as we just shared last hour, really feeling the pinch because they burn more diesel because it's home heating oil. They burn more diesel for heat than anywhere else in the country. And the stockpiles of diesel are a third of what they would normally be this time of year. Now, I did find an update which says there could be a bit of relief on the way. Two ships that are carrying approximately 1 million barrels of diesel are slated to soon be arriving in New York after being diverted from their original destinations. They were headed to Europe. So I guess midshipmen, they said, hey, we can't be sending this to Europe. It's got to come here. Additionally, they tell us regional diesel production will receive a bit of a boost when Delta Airlines Trainer Refinery in Pennsylvania returns to line. I guess they've been offline for seasonal maintenance. They have to do maintenance. These refineries just can't run year-round. That's always the case. And we see these kind of hiccups from time to time, especially when you have several refineries that may go offline for maintenance at the same time. I think they try to work together and stagger their maintenance schedules, right, to avoid those kind of issues. But here again, consumers right now view inflation and the economy as a top voting issue. And the diesel shortage is only going to grow those concerns, the inflationary pressures. And you can't help but laugh about the old mentality of do as I say, not as I do. Ever heard that? Apparently, you've got a mayor in Michigan, the mayor of Ann Arbor, Michigan, which many are saying just did such a thing. The mayor just installed a new gas line and gas-powered fireplace in his home, despite his push for his constituents to phase out their fossil fuel usage and boost electrification. Apparently, someone went through the city permits, and lo and behold, Christopher Taylor, the Democrat, who has served as mayor of the city since 2014, installed the gas line to hook up his new fireplace earlier this year, according to Michigan Live. Taylor has been a strong proponent of climate policies, including the so-called A20 carbon neutrality plan that calls for residents to buy electric vehicles, install solar panels, and rely less on fossil fuels. Ann Arbor is not just a basic place, and so it's our pleasure to, and our drive to focus on affordability and equity and, a moral imperative to take community climate action and sustainability. That was his quote last month. I've knocked on thousands of doors and talked to thousands of people, and people understand we're in a climate crisis. Yeah, they know we can't solve it alone, but they also know it's our moral imperative to do our part. Ann Arbor's government adopted the A20 plan in June of 2020. Among the provisions of that was the plan asks residents to voluntarily electrify their homes. Cut off your reliance on natural gas. Our plan is to focus on voluntary electrification. The plan, it proposes actions that support all new buildings to be electric and more efficient. Work with homeowners and businesses and building managers to support voluntary conversion to electric when your appliances are being replaced. Incentives to support the transition to electric and investing in renewable energy at a scale to drive down the cost of electricity. Taylor has advocated for the $1 billion plan and a tax to pay for it. People like the mayor are asking everyone else to go all electric, yet he's protecting himself. According to the director of environmental policy for the Michigan-based free market think tank, Mackinac Center for Public Safety, there is this two-tiered system. The rest of us, we're the ones, the peons, the average people that set out in flyover country. We're the ones that worry about the impending power outages. So he installed a natural gas line. Refresh my memory. Michigan was one of those states that was highlighting the potential for rolling brownouts and blackouts and power conservation because the power grid was not per se going to be up to snuff this past summer. Remember that? So your mayor there in Ann Arbor, he's got a backup plan. Rather than relying on the power grid to be there just in case, he's going to have a natural gas fireplace installed. But you pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Do as I say, not as I do. That's the mentality. Good morning, Pappy. What's happening?
What's going on, Steve? Zero emissions, right?
That's the
That's
idea.
what the New World Order wants. That's what these globalists want. Zero emission, no carbon. And Steve, they're going to go after the individual here sooner or later, too. I don't know. It's going to be 6 months, year, 2 years, 5 years. But it's coming to where you will only be allowed to drive so many miles, right? Once your carbon output reaches a certain limit, they're going to shut you off.
That whole carbon footprint thing. Somebody shared with me, I think was it you or somebody else, that in Canada they're going to that whole carbon footprint credit card.
Steve, man, I mean, we've talked about this in the past, but I am telling you, if you turn your thermostat up,
Did we lose? Are you still there, Pappy? I think we lost Pappy. Either that or maybe his battery died or his headset died or he'll have to dial us back up. No, it wasn't. I think it was Roy that I tried to pull it up because I hadn't printed that out. Since the pandemic has been revealed as the prelude to the Great Reset, many people realize the extent to which science has been corrupted to serve the interest of politicians and globalists. That includes climate science. The Vancouver City Savings Credit Union, known as Van City, has teamed up with Ecolyptric, one of the climate engagement technology firms from Europe, to provide the first Visa carbon counter, as in Visa credit card. Van City is taking a step in its commitment to climate action. It will be the first financial institution in Canada to offer its individual and business members a way to estimate their CO2 emissions that come from their purchases. Our software calculates personal environmental impacts, such as CO2 values, on the basis of payment transactions. Van City claimed that the Visa Carbon Counter cardholder will be able to understand the environmental impact of their purchases and receive advice on how to reduce their carbon footprint. Starting in the new year, every Van City Visa credit card holder will be able to track the estimated carbon emissions of their credit card purchases. Members will be able to see how their monthly tally compares to the national average, or which credit card purchases have the highest environmental cost. We know many Van City members are looking for ways to reduce the impact they have on the environment, particularly when it comes to the emissions that cause climate change. So says Van City's Chief External Relations Officer. As a member-owned financial cooperative, we believe it's our job to do everything we can to help, especially when it comes to the decisions you make with your money. This tool will equip Van City Visa credit card holders with valuable information on your purchases and enable you to connect your daily spending decisions to the change you want to see in the world. Here in 2019, the Swedish fintech company Economy partnered with MasterCard to create the world's credit card, first with the carbon limit. First credit card with a carbon limit. That company, Economy, is now launching the world's first credit card with a carbon footprint limit. D.O. Black. The launch of this premium card marks the first milestone in the support that Economy provides to the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat to encourage global climate action. D.O. Black not only helps users track and measure their CO2 emissions associated with their purchases, but it puts a limit on the climate impact on their spending. See, it's all voluntary right now, but do you see do you understand what that means? Yeah, we start off with, everybody wants to do their part to save the planet. And you can volunteer, join in, come on, be a part of the crowd, the concerned people. And the next step is to say, okay, well, now we've got this carbon footprint, and according to your purchases, you've purchased enough. You're cut off. You've reached your limit. You cannot purchase that next item because it's almost like having to buy carbon credits. This year's World Economic Forum Summit in Davos, Switzerland. The China-based Alibaba Group spoke of new technology that will track people's carbon footprints, monitoring their spending, their eating, their traveling habits. This is happening right now in China. Now, he told thousands at the Davos Summit, the future is built by us, a powerful community such as you right here in this room. Now, since taking office in 2015, Canada's Prime Minister, your beloved Justin Trudeau, has pushed this environmental agenda, also being promoted by the World Economic Forum as part of the Great Reset agenda. Trudeau's 2022 budget includes a portion that mandatory climate-related reporting is in the works for all federally regulated financial institutions in Canada. This is the push for businesses to adopt the ESG, remember that? Environmental Social Governance. It is a set of standards for business operations that can be used by global investors to see whether a company is following standards when it comes to environmental, social, and governance work models. One step at a time. Canada's on board. And I think it was actually James. I apologize. James sent that my way this past day. I'm not sure if James is one of our Canadian friends or not, but we've got several listeners there north of the border. So, that's what it's all about. All right, looks like Pappy was able to get back through here. Yeah. Did you catch that while you were listening on hold? You've been talking about that for a while. Cut off your spending.
Yeah.
You've reached your CO2 footprint. You can't buy anymore.
Steve, that call got dropped like a hot potato, just like they will drop you, just like that. right? If your carbon output is too much. That's how fast they can turn your phone off if they want. Steve, this is so ridiculous. They were even talking about if you buy too much, you're only going to be allowed to buy so much meat at the store. Because these wackos.
The beef carbon footprint,
right?
The cow flatulence. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. And don't think they don't even already know, Steve. If you go to Kroger's and you swipe your Kroger card,
mm-hmm.
they know everything that you purchase. Kroger's knows. Now, with this digital ID and these digital currencies and what these banks are doing now, tracking everything you spend, they will know what you're buying and what you're not buying. Everything you purchase, they will know.
And part of China's plan, and when they track the so-called environmental footprint, and they're not just monitoring food. If you're doing frivolous spending, if you're buying everything has a carbon footprint. The manufacturing, the board for my radio studio, there's a carbon footprint associated with manufacturing. They're going to track everything you purchase, and you're going to reach a limit on, well, you can't buy anything more.
Yes, sir. Steve, I remember employer, right, sheriff's office. We used to get a check every week, Steve, or every 2 weeks. Go to the bank and cash the check. A few years back, they were like, nope, not happening. You must have
direct deposit,
an account, and get direct deposit. And I was like, I don't want direct deposit. I like getting that check in my hand.
I like going to I like putting the cash in my pocket and know what I've got left to spend.
Sir.
And
I mean, think about it. You go to the ATM, man, push that card in there, and it don't work. Man, Steve, I'll tell you, real quick on the crime thing, real quick. These liberals are nuts, Steve. I can tell you just the difference between Ohio and Indiana here. Out here, the squad that I run, we border up against Indiana. And I can tell you about, I don't know, many moons ago, we were in pursuit of this pickup truck. And he was coming out 74. He ended up taking 275 south towards Indiana, like he's going out to the airport, right?
Mm-hmm.
Steve, we got to the Indiana state line where you could see "Welcome to Indiana." About 100 yards before he got to the state line, he pulled over and stopped. Said, I give up. The reason he gave up, he did not want to get caught in Indiana. There was an Indiana state trooper with his overheads on, sitting at the state line waiting for him. They don't mess around over in Indiana. You do not want to commit a crime over in Indiana, Steve. They will stroke you. They will lock you up. And the criminals know it. We had a family, so to speak, out here, in this territory where I work. Steve, I've been dealing with them since they were juveniles. They're now in their 30s. And remember, I was telling you, man, when you got more arrests than you got birthdays, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're 35 years old and you've been arrested 38 times, 41 times, I mean, come on, Well, these guys made a mistake. They were on state line in a stolen vehicle. They were going around stealing cars. Sports are habit. And they were on state line and got stopped by Indiana. I'm surprised they even pulled over. I guess they didn't realize that the person reported the car stolen already. And they got jacked up, man, in Indiana. And our theft out here went down dramatically just because 3 or 4 people got locked up in Indiana. So, these liberals thinking that not locking these people up is not the answer. This boggles my mind, Steve. This Rudy Giuliani, the broken windows, right? You break a window, you go to jail. You jump the turnstile in the subways, you go to jail. Those are the same people committing the robberies and the rapes in the subway, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Lock them up. A lot of rhetoric going on, Steve, about in New York, talking about, I don't know if you heard, these public service announcements that are going on in New York City, in the state of New York, about what happens if a nuclear war breaks out.
I saw that. I think New York and New Jersey, if I'm not mistaken, PSAs.
Yes, sir.
I mean, kind of going back to the days, when we were kids, we grew up in the Cold War, and we actually had tornado drills, fire drills, and we had nuclear attack drills. I remember when they tested the sirens. One tone was about an air raid, and the other was a tornado warning when we were kids. You remember that? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Stop, drop, and cover your head. Get under the desk. All that stuff.
A lot of rhetoric coming out of the White House, Steve. General Petraeus. Listen to what they are saying, Steve. Now, instead of they're talking that if Putin, launched a tactical nuke, now they're even going to a lesser thing. Well, if there's a dirty bomb that goes off, I don't know if you heard that there was talk about a dirty bomb. Putin came out and said, hey, this is a false flag. This is Ukraine. We've got intelligence that Ukraine was going to set off this dirty bomb and blame Russia for it to draw the UN and the United States into this war. I mean, we're already in it. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, to draw us in it, to draw us in it.
Well, so I guess the moral of the story is we are closer than ever. We're right there on the brink. Right there on the brink of something. One little mistake, and all bets are off, right? Hey, I got to get my news break there. It is 844-3388 as we roll into a Wednesday hump day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Colorado all held debates on Tuesday. The candidates' conversations centered around topics including COVID response and Roe v. Wade. One of the candidates in the Keystone State is a recognizable figure from daytime television, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Texas Senator Ted Cruz feels meeting Americans in their living rooms may be just the ticket.
I think conservatives, we need to do a much better job reaching out to a broader audience. I think we need to be talking to young people and Hispanics and African Americans and suburban moms.
The Department of Energy says heating oil prices will be 27% higher this winter. Stockpiles of the commodity in New England are currently at just a third of normal levels. Wholesalers have begun rationing their supply to prevent panic buying and hoarding. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here on a Wednesday. Thanks for hanging in there. I wanted to get back to Pappy. I had a couple other things I wanted to ask you. First of all, I'm thinking what you brought up there about our intelligence community. Are we able to make rational, correct decisions about what's going on in Ukraine? Because, do you believe Russia when Russia says, hey, that was Ukraine? Saying that they were going to, obviously Ukraine wants help. They don't want to lose their country. How far would they be willing to go to try to bring others into this conflict? Who do you believe?
Steve, that's a fantastic point. Because I can tell you right now, I don't believe anything that comes out of the White House. Right? And I'm not a fan of Putin. Don't mistake what I'm saying here. Mm-hmm. What Putin did was wrong, right? We got innocent people being killed over there, being murdered. But the rhetoric we are hearing is escalating everything. There comes a point in time when you got to kind of lick your wounds, right, and call it a day. They should be calling for these people to sit down and let's negotiate a truth here.
Yeah.
Let Putin save face a little bit, and let Ukraine save the rest of their country also. We need to get them to the table and put an end to this before it's already out of hand.
I mean, I can reflect back, going back to the days of George W. Bush. After all was said and done, do you remember hearing all the testimony? It was then General Colin Powell, and who do we believe? But Remember they were saying our intelligence community gave us bad information. We were making decisions based on this and that, and the information turns out was bad information. I mean, what if we get bad? Is our intelligence community better now than it was, say, 15, 20 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, you that's a good question, Steve. Yeah, well, Saddam Hussein, weapons of mass destruction.
Right.
We got to go in there and get them. And it was all baloney. Now, I heard it from a good source that Saddam Hussein wanted us to think he had these weapons of mass destruction. I mean, he did have them. He used them on his own people. But did he have the amount that he was talking about, So I don't know if we got snookered.
Right.
He thought that would prevent us from going in.
A deterrent, kind of like a nuclear power saying, we've got
yes, sir.
It's Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un wants to be saying, we've got nukes. If you mess with me, it's what? Mutual destruction kind of thing.
Yes, sir. We're just, walking on real shady ground here. And I'm not at all pleased on who we got making these decisions.
Yeah, one final question, your scenario about the javelins. We talked about this early on in the Ukraine. When the amount of weapons we have been sending to them, we are depleting our stockpile to the point where we would be at a serious military disadvantage if we had to actually go into action somewhere.
Steve, read that last sentence. It would take us 12 years to resupply our javelins. Are you kidding me? That's like depleting the patrol reserves down to zero. I mean, what are these people thinking? I mean, what if it goes down with China
and Taiwan?
Yeah, I mean, we have nothing to give them now, or to even defend ourselves. Boggles the mind. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah. I forgot I even sent that to you.
Things that make you go,
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All
so
right.
We got 2 weeks left, Steve. We got 14 days, 2 weeks to try to change things around, for the better, hopefully. And mark my words, I mean, if you see it, the Democrats are already talking about, some fraudulent elections at the Republican.
I heard that. Oh my goodness! That's what did Moose say the other night? That the Democrats will tell you what they're going to do in advance. They'll blame you for doing what they are going to do. What's going on?
Simply amazing. Yeah. Universe is upside down. All right, my man.
Thank you, Pappy. Just so you're not in the dark, he forwarded this to me yesterday. It's another snippet from Just the News. Now, we know factually we have been, since the onset of the Russian invasion, we were sending munitions and billions of dollars of military hardware to assist the Ukrainian military, right? A lot of javelins, and I think, what was the other? Was it Tomahawks? Whatever kind of missile, but the javelin supply into the heart of the story. However, ramping up, or in some cases, restarting production to replenish our stockpiles will take years, according to analysts. Delays due to the lack of available parts and other issues complicate the situation. The Pentagon budget documents show that during fiscal year 2020 to 2022, the average rate of Defense Department procurement of javelins was about 675 per year. Now, at that rate, it would take over 12 years to restock the 8,500 javelins that we have sent to Ukraine. 8,500 javelins sent to Ukraine. I remember touching on that months ago, like probably 60 days into the Russian invasion, when they were talking about we are kind of depleting our own military hardware reserves. We're going to have to restart production, and we can't be him-hauling around and delaying this. We're putting our own security at risk. And at the same time, we're dropping our strategic petroleum. Just all these decisions that are being made, which you put them all together, it's like, man, oh man, we're really putting ourselves behind the ball. Okay, who's next up here on that bright, happy note, right? Horse feathers on board. What's going on?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. So how did the poll make out? Have we gotten a decision on the poll yet, or is it still out there?
What do you think? What do you think? You know what the answer is.
Hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? That's your cue, Your Honor.
It's Hump Day. Shorty said, no Mike means no Wednesday. Come on. We know. Hey, Mike.
All right. Well, I'm just making sure the people are getting what they're wanting, or I don't know. Maybe I just want to make sure that I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the right way to say it. Make sure they're not getting what they don't want.
Right.
Don't want, or however all that
it's
works.
Like, hey.
It's kind of like our government. It's kind of like our government. We're getting what we don't want, but we didn't get what we wanted. But anyways, we got that out of the way. So on the verge of politics here, well, one of the things I heard out of Pennsylvania they were talking about Dr. Oz, and they said, well, why would you want to vote for Dr. Oz? Because he's not from Pennsylvania. He just came here to run to be a senator.
Yeah.
So why would you want to vote for him? And I turned to my wife and I said, where did Hillary live when she was senator? Where did she live before she was senator? She went to New York. She went to New York because she knew she could win the Senate seat in New York. She didn't go to New York because she wanted to, put an I Love New York bumper sticker on her car. Where's the Clinton Library? That ain't in New York. Where's the Clinton Foundation? I can't say the bad things about the Clinton Foundation. Probably get us in trouble. But where are they at? They aren't in New York. So all these politicians go to wherever they can win a race. They don't care about the people they're representing. They go about where they can win a race.
Who the hell's Mitt Romney representing right now, by the way?
I don't know.
Yeah,
is he?
Didn't he go back out to Utah or something?
Maybe he's in that 51st state Obama was talking about. I don't know. It's crazy. So, anyways, there. Hey, one quick thing there about the way the show broadcasts and that, and I know a couple of the listeners said they had troubles with the Android there, trying to have a higher modulation, higher volume rate with your show, and I caught it the other day that I was using my tablet to listen to something else, and I had the volume turned down on the device. I had the volume on the tablet turned down because it was actually too loud, so I turned it down, and the volume level got left down low from that. And when I put your show on and then hooked it up to the radio, I couldn't get very much volume out of the radio. It took a little while to figure out, and, I'm cussing the radio and cussing you for having it turned down too low or something, and then I realized that the volume was turned down on the tablet, and leaving the volume on the radio in the same position, I can actually change the amount of volume that comes out of the radio with the tablet while I'm listening on the app.
Yep.
So
now on Monday,
so
Monday of this week, I did a couple of those people that chimed in Sunday night, Monday morning, and I forwarded those emails to Josh, and he did log in Monday afternoon and increased the output level. I think that was feeding Android or whatever was down to like 40-something%. So he jacked that up to 80, I believe it was 80, 82, something like that. So, no one said anything otherwise, but audio output should have been boosted for the app here the last couple of mornings.
All right. Well, very good. And as I say, I just found that one other thing, and I don't know if it's something to do just with my tablet in itself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a Galaxy, so, or whether all those types of devices do that. I haven't tried it. Well, I don't have the iPhone hooked up to the radio because it screws up my calls and the radio, and it gets everything all twisted up if I get a phone call while I'm listening and it's on connected to the radio, and it's a nightmare. So I leave that separate. But anyways, I don't know. We had a couple other things there. I guess you already touched on all the fuel oil for home heating fuel and the diesel and all that, how that's all connected. And there are ships. I mean, it's a good thing Trainer's back up. Now, anybody who wants to know where Trainer is, that's right outside Philadelphia. That's actually neighbors Marcus Hook, which is pretty much on the state line to Delaware, where 95 and 495 go into Delaware south of Philadelphia. You're right there, Marcus Hook, Chester, and Trainer. It's all right there in that same little area. So, but don't be fooled. I mean, they're loading ships. They're loading ships every day, sending them out every week to go to Europe, to go overseas, whether it's natural gas, propane, and apparently fuel oil is going over there. Probably gasoline as well. Don't be surprised. They're shipping. There's big money in sending our refined products over the ocean to Europe. There's a lot of big money in it, and so they don't be surprised that if you hear something like that or you find out something that way. And the big oil companies are definitely going to make the money where they can make it. They're definitely going to have their profits for their stockholders to make the most they can. And unless somebody kind of catches them at it and holds their feet to the fire to make sure that you take care of America first. I think we had a president that said something like that not too long ago.
Well, that's that million barrels. That million barrels. It's supposed to be arriving back in New York. Those were ships headed to Europe. I'm assuming they had departed here, and they're saying, hey, bring it back. We can't be shipping. There's only so much we can do, right?
Absolutely, and as I say, at some point they're going to be wanting to relieve the hours of service on the trucks, because the trucks are going to have to start doing more hauling because that you're going to have the shortages, and they're going to need all these products moved, and there's only a finite number of trucks, so the only way you can move more by truck is to make the trucks move more. So I still can't get it through people's heads that we don't run to total capacity, volume capacity in the trailers. Moose was talking about that, with the bushels and how many bushels you can put on the truck. Well, at 80,000 pounds, there's a lot more room for a lot more bushels on these trucks. So, there's a lot of agriculture exemption that most trucks that run agriculture products aren't limited to the 80,000 pound limit. At Pennsylvania, they run 95,000 pounds. New York, they run 99,000 pounds. You're running a lot more bushels than just what you can get to at 80,000 pounds. But it's the same way with the petroleum industry here. Our trailers, we do not run to volume capacity in our trailer. And they relieve our hours of service and say, go out and work longer, work more hours. But they won't. There's only one state that I know of, and I should call it what it is. It's the Commonwealth, and that's Virginia. And Virginia gives us a 90,000 pound weight limit. Let us load the capacity, haul more product with every trip. So say you're making 9 trips, you're actually hauling 10 trips worth of product in those 9 trips in Virginia. So, you can't get people to think smart. They just want us to work harder. So, but anyways, I guess with all that there, we're getting up. We'll let you get a 2-minute break, and you know the drill, Your Honor. Go on, find an intelligent caller.
Find an intelligent caller. There you go.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, good morning, Steve and Kevin the Cat. There's Matthew checking in. I do have some semi-good news to share. After my grandmother had her stroke last Sunday, this past afternoon, she actually opened her eyes and squeezed my mother and her brother's hand. That moment might be their last happy memory with their mother. Hopefully, the whole family and the doctors are totally wrong, but all right, prayers for Matthew's grandmother there. Thank you very much. Bourbon Street Gary on board. I mentioned your name earlier. We were talking cruises. Gary said, morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners out here heading from Blue Springs, Missouri. Lucky me, I'm training a new driver. Be safe out there. All right, thank you, Gary. Dipsy Driver. Good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience out there. Got 60 degrees rain here in mid-Michigan tonight. This is actually going to be our high temperature for today. Everybody, please stay safe out there. Yeah, you're actually going to drop down to like, 50 later on this afternoon, something like that. Hello to Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. 54 clear here at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Dingbat checking in here. Just checking in, telling everyone my surgery will be November 16th. Hope all is well with you. Have a great night, and all the truckers drive safe out there. All right, she got her second opinion, I guess, from the orthopedic surgeon, I believe that was. So November 16th, they've got her slated for there. John Ferguson, I'm going to sacrifice myself to break the chains of fear of COVID and my parents basically rejecting me and get the shot. I'm kind of freaking out about this, but I know my parents are in their late 70s, and they need me to start helping and providing for them soon. Anybody else going through a decision or a struggle like this? Everybody stay safe out there. John, I can tell you this, not nearly as many right now. Most people have already made their decisions, yay or nay, if they're going to or not. But millions of people went through exactly what you're going through now. Some of them regret their decisions. Others are fine with it. I mean, we're all having to make personal decisions, correct? It's supposed to be a personal decision, personal choices between you and your family. So do whatever you think you have to do. Do what's best. And hope, most would say, my grandparents would always say, pray on it. Pray on it. Yeah, ask for guidance, right? Hello to Timothy, the pilot. Hey, gang, just thought I'd give y'all a shout out this morning. We're actually on our way to Alaska again. I'm kind of feeling like Santa's little helper this time of year. I think we're carrying reindeer food, this load. Timothy, the pilot, thank you very much. Howdy from a wet Indy. Just finished up with the drop-in hook at the Indy store. There's Eskimo Mom on board. Heading back to Tip to see what the plans are. 13 days till we vote, though. Please, people, do your research and plan wisely and vote wisely. Anyway, clouds, 58 degrees. Soma checking in. John Fetterman opens his Pennsylvania debate tonight by saying, "Hi, good night, everybody." And then it just got worse from there. Dr. Oz actually crushed him in the debate. Yeah, I saw. Obviously, what he meant to say was, "Hi, good evening, everyone." It's that there's those little mental slips that come with having had a stroke, right? All right. Hello to Todd. Just getting started. Everybody have a great day. Country Bumpkin checking in from Grand Haven, Michigan, where it's wet, 51 degrees. Billy's on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, folk, 57 degrees here in Beulahville, North Carolina. Everybody have a great day. All right, so we're up to that top of the hour. Get our news break here. Much more to come, though. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
According to the Pentagon, the U.S. Africa Command coordinated with the Somali government to carry out an airstrike this past weekend. Two of the terrorists who were killed had reportedly been attacking Somali National Army forces. No civilian casualties were reported. President Biden redeployed several hundred special operations troops to Somalia in May, after former President Donald Trump withdrew them in December 2020. A magnitude 5.1 earthquake was felt widely across California's greater San Francisco Bay Area on Tuesday. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, the quake hit at 11:42 a.m., about 12 miles east of downtown San Jose. About 5 minutes later, a magnitude 3.1 aftershock was felt. We hear from Richard Allen, director of Berkeley Seismological Laboratory.
It's great to see this new technology that really has only been implemented in the last few years, delivering on its promise and giving people just a few seconds of warning so they can drop cover and hold on.
The damage is minimal following the largest quake to hit the area since 2014. Across the pond, a shakeup of a different kind is happening in London.
Rishi Sunak was born in Southampton, United Kingdom, to parents of Indian descent who migrated to Britain from East Africa in the 1960s. The former finance minister is said to be worth nearly $1 billion. On Tuesday, the 42-year-old Mr. Sunak became the youngest prime minister of the United Kingdom in 200 years.
We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And don't forget to check your cabinets. Clorox is recalling 37 million Pine Sol products after concerns of contamination. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
This week, a now 16-year-old boy pleaded guilty to 24 charges for opening fire at his Detroit area high school in 2021. Another tragedy from late last year now also faces justice.
The prosecution and defendant, Darrell Brooks, present their closing arguments to jurors. Brooks is accused of running over spectators at Waukesha's Christmas parade last year, killing 6 people and injuring more than 60 others. Waukesha County District Attorney Susan Opper is explaining.
I didn't charge 5,000 counts. We selected 61 counts of people that we can identify by name in Exhibit 15 that were injured by the conduct of Mr. Brooks.
Brooks is facing 76 counts related to the incident. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Elsewhere in Michigan, the governor, vying to keep her job, is debating that kids weren't out of school long enough for it to matter. That's not the case for much of the state, however. In Flint, for example, some students were forced to spend upward of 2 years away from the classroom. Kanye West is no longer a billionaire after his wife and several brands dropped him, this time following anti-Semitic remarks that garnered widespread criticism. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Indeed, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome aboard. Welcome into a Wednesday. So looking at 3:08 Eastern, 12:08 Pacific time. Hello to Rick there in Columbus. Just joined us on his first cup of coffee. Ready to roll, right? Hope everybody had an awesome day yesterday. Go Buckeyes. There you go. All right. Yeah, they're on a roll, all right. And it's 844-844-3388. Philip got you coming up right after the Shadow Chaser this morning. What's going on?
Good morning. Good morning, Steve. How you doing, Florrie?
Hanging with them. What's happening?
Hey, I just bought fuel back there in New York State line of those. 604 gallon for cash price, New York State.
Wow, 604. So credit's probably, what, a nickel, dime higher, something like that?
Yeah, well, I just buy it down in Pennsylvania. I don't know what it is around where Horsehead is from. But down in Pennsylvania there yesterday at the Lowe's down there in Mifflintown, it's $6.43 gallon credit, $6.38 cash price, almost $7 a gallon. Pennsylvania.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank goodness I don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, and I mean, how many people, how many drivers out there? They ain't nobody buys $600 or $1,000 worth of fuel in cash. They all use their debit or credit cards, right?
Yeah. And come out across Missouri yard, it's 508 down there in Rolla. I put fuel in for Ohio before I got PA or yesterday. It filled up. So, hey, you want to hear a good joke? No, you got expressway thing. President Joe Biden expressway down in Scranton, PA.
Well, thank you, Shadow Chaser. Have a good morning. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, the Northeast. So, what do you say, 604 a gallon? And that this Yahoo Finance had a little better explanation of what's going on there in the Northeast. Obviously, when they're talking about the inventory levels being so low, and what options remain for the administration to try to do anything to bring the prices down. The National Economic Council Director Brian Deese We've mentioned several times this week. Earlier, he said inventories are unacceptably low. All options are on the table. However, even as the stockpiles are being drained, the administration is left with very few options for long-term relief. What is causing the crunch? Well, according to this report, unlike gas and jet fuel, demand for diesel recovered at a much faster pace from the pandemic. Diesel, of course, used for transporting goods, powering construction, farming, military. Now, last year, the U.S. transportation sector alone consumed 46.82 billion gallons, or 1.11 billion, with a B, billion barrels of distillate fuel, essentially diesel fuel. That breaks down to an average of 128 million gallons every day. With higher demand for this dirty fuel, traders are paying more for prompt deliveries versus longer-term ones, and they expect prices to drop in the future, a downward market structure known as backwardation. This also means it's more profitable for suppliers to sell now. Now, the market usually moves in what is known as contango, the opposite of backwardation, where demand is lower and suppliers build up inventories with the expectation of higher future prices. In the summertime, however, strong domestic and international demand, shrinking domestic refining capacity, the sanctions on Russian petroleum imports have kept the diesel market tight throughout the year. New England stockpiles depleted to less than a third of their normal levels for this time of year, which is concerning as they rely on that fuel for heating their homes. National average price for diesel at $5.36 per gallon. Now, what are the government options? If diesel inventory continues to run down without some sort of government intervention, the impact on transportation costs for goods will drive inflation even higher. Now, Dee says the Fed has a couple of tools to bolster diesel supply, like the Northeast Home Heating Oil Reserve, which houses 1 million barrels of diesel in the event of a disruption in supplies. We have looked very carefully at being prepared to deploy when necessary. But the Washington Post reports diesel demand is so high that, get a load of this, pay attention, if 1 million barrels of diesel were delivered from the Northeast reserves, they would be depleted in less than 6 hours. The Biden administration also recently announced it would be tapping into the SPR to counter rising gas prices, despite concerns over the long-term efficacy, which it's not really going to have any because, as we know, OPEC Plus is going to cut 2 million barrels per day production starting here in a few days, November 1. Now, White House officials have not completely ruled out export restrictions, stop shipping our product elsewhere. But the American Petroleum Institute and the American Fuel and Petrochemical Manufacturers sent out a joint letter expressing their concerns earlier this month, which I don't really understand this. They say banning or limiting the export of refined products would likely decrease inventory levels, which defies all logic. How could that be? It would reduce domestic refining capacity. It would put upward pressure on consumer fuel prices and alienate U.S. allies during a time of war. Setting minimum inventory levels could affect the number of exports being sent out to foreign countries as well. And even if domestic supplies sees some relief, this could push up prices around the rest of the world. Okay, well, yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, if we stop shipping to Europe, Europe's going to be left with what's your alternative? But you made the bed, you got to lay in it. Didn't we have a president that was trying to advise Europe do not jump in bed to rely on Russia for your energy needs? Yes, he tried to warn them against that. Now, Europe made their bed. Is it our responsibility to bail them out for making bad decisions? That's what it really comes down to. I mean, we're supposed to be about every other country says, hell, Saudi Arabia yesterday said, we are about what's best for Saudi Arabia. Yet more of the brush up about the OPEC cut. And the Saudi crown prince, he's not letting up. He keeps speaking out about Biden. He actually even talked about Biden's mental capabilities, kind of mocked the man yesterday. See if I can pull up exactly what he said. But he said, we are about what's best for us. We're going to cut 2 million barrels per day production. That's going to increase the price per barrel. That's what they want. Screw the rest of the world. Screw Joe Biden. Screw the United States. We are about what's best for Saudi Arabia. If the rest of the world is like that, why can't we be a bit more like that? I don't want people to be freezing to death in Europe because they don't have heating oil, but do we want people freezing to death in the Northeast because they can't afford to purchase their heating oil? That's tough decisions are having to be made. Morning, Philip. What's going on?
Morning, buddy. How you doing? Humpty Hump Day.
Yes, sir.
Hey, before I start talking about the stuff you're talking about, saw an interesting launch last night. Soyuz took off from Kazakhstan for a resupply for the space station at 8:20 last night. I saw that live on YouTube. That was pretty good. Also last night, they rolled the Falcon Heavy out to the pad. This weekend, they're going to do the run-up, which SpaceX is the only company that does that. They run the motors up before they actually launch the vehicle. They're going to do that this weekend. They're going to roll it back in, and then they're going to put the payload on. And then also, the Starship, the testing is going really good out there. They're getting ready for they're going to put a full fuel load on it, on the Starship. And if they get that checked out okay, then they're going to start doing their full static test with all 33 engines running.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm about to wonder if Elon is trying to get that thing ready before Artemis goes up, because Artemis rolls out November 4th, and then it launches in the middle of November. So I'm wondering if Elon's trying to get that Starship going before that Artemis takes off. So that's kind of interesting stuff happening right now.
Yeah.
And then also, we got a little thing we're watching down there in the Caribbean right now. We don't know if it's going to turn into anything or not, but we're hoping it doesn't. And now I'll get to what you're talking about. One of the biggest things that I'm seeing in my lifetime, Steve, is how much the governments of the world have changed as far as going to war and all that stuff, and it's all been rimmed around the nuclear stuff for many years. But think about in history with World War I and World War II, what they were started about, and think about some of the stuff that we've had happen in like the last 20 to 30 years that could have started a World War I or a World War II, and it never did. So do you remember the USS Cole?
Yes,
Steve?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, what happened to that ship could have started a World War I or a World War II, something of a world war. You think about a lot of stuff. You were talking about the Saudi Arabians. Okay, well, it's great for them to cut our oil so they can make more money in their pocket. But you know what? It was kind of funny. Who was the guy, Steve, that protected them from Saddam Hussein back in the day? Who was that, Steve? What country stood up and took care of them while Saddam Hussein went into Kuwait?
Yeah, none other than the good old U.S. of A. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And you know, look at Europe. You know, Europe's been warned about Russia for many years and getting all their fuel from Russia. Well, now the deal with Russia cutting the cord, and everybody's got, and Horse Feathers mentioned that the ships are taking the fuel over to Europe. Well, you know, we signed a deal with them about a month ago that said, hey, we're going to help you out, just like Ukraine. You mentioned about the Javelin missiles in Ukraine. oh, we're going to help you out, guys. We're going to help you out. Well, you know what? I think there's something that we here in America need to do. We need to stop helping out and take care of us. We need to start taking care of our house. And our house is in pretty big disarray right now. We need to take care of it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to. I've heard the term isolationist. We don't want to be isolationist, but at the same time, we could. There's only so much we can do. You gotta, set a limit. We'll do what we can, but we're not going to put ourselves at a disadvantage to bail you out, right?
Absolutely. I mean, how many countries have we bailed out financially? I mean, I know the situation in Ukraine's bad. Don't get you wrong, but look how much money we've put in Ukraine alone. Look how much money we've put in other countries. Now, if we have natural disasters and stuff like that, I'm good with that. That's cool. But when it comes to wars and situations with wars, we've popped a lot of money out. I mean, you look at the amount of money we've put into the Middle East in the last 40 years alone. It's a lot of money. A lot of money we've put in the Middle East. A lot of money we've put in Japan since World War II to protect them, from China and everything. I mean, it's crazy. The amount of, I think it's time that we need to say, hey, that's it. Y'all need to take care of yourselves. You're grown up now. Get on your own.
Yeah.
But enough about my tangent. There's a race down here in Florida as far as the state's attorney race. Have you heard about it, Steve? The Ashley Moody against Aya Ayala. Do you know about that race?
Yeah, two names I do not recognize either of which.
Okay, well, one name you are going to recognize, and a lot of folks don't realize it, and it's something that's really not brought out in the election. I mean, Ashley Moody, we know who she is. She's been the state's attorney down here. A well-known lady, good Floridian. Aya Ayala. Steve, do you remember a few years ago there was a state's attorney down here in Osceola County, Florida, who did not pursue the death penalty in a few cases and was reprimanded for it? Do you remember that?
I doesn't ring a bell. No, I don't follow a whole lot of Florida politics,
Well, I'll put it to you this way. This was a young state's attorney, and it was one of those things where your job dictates what you have to do. In some circumstances, you have to dictate, you have to do, and when you're a government official, a state government official, you have to do, there's decisions that you have to make, even beyond your own beliefs, that you have to make that decision. I mean, judges do it every day in a court of law. Well, this state's attorney did not want to pursue the death penalty, and she was reprimanded by the upper ones of the state's attorney's office. And that person was Aya Ayala. And a lot of people don't understand that. You look at an election, and if you've been around for a while, and you've seen what these people have done in the past, what they've done, and lack of what they've done in the past, it comes back to bite you in an election when you want to become the big chief. So just something I wanted to point out, and how things fall in place and how things go. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time, and thank you for having me, sir.
All right. You have a great day. Thanks for chiming in. Interesting stuff. Okay. It's about 25 past the hour. 844-3388. Earlier, I shared the story about the Ann Arbor, Michigan, the mayor there putting in the natural gas line to his home. Alternative sort of heat in the event that the power grid were to go down. The do as I say, not as I do story, right? Steve, Nashville Steve, or Florida Steve now, he pulled up the story from the archives earlier this year, where there's another guy that's pretty much in the same boat, on the same wagon. For someone who boasts about being a climate fighter, former President, none other than Barack Obama, has done little. In fact, has done just the opposite of combating the so-called problem of global warming. Obama has been approved to install 3 massive propane tanks totaling 2,500 gallons, despite pushing for the Democrat-backed green initiatives. The $75,000 propane tank will sit on Obama's swanky Martha's Vineyard property. You know, right there along the rising seashore. The office of the Select Board of Edgartown, Massachusetts, said the tanks will be used for residential purposes. Saying they were shocked at the size of the tanks. Solar panels and windmills would have made more sense for someone who's so concerned about the importance of combating climate change. Yet Obama is set to install the underground tanks. During his time in office, he hypocritically advocated for limiting the use of fossil fuel emissions. Enough has to be done, or enough has not yet been done, he said. Yet no challenge poses a greater threat to our children, our planet, and future generations than climate change, he said. That's why, under President Obama's leadership, the United States has done more to combat climate change than ever before. Meanwhile, the national gas price averaged $5 a gallon, is expected to go higher as the summer months roll on. Now, again, this was back in June of this year. That's when we were at that peak, the $5 per gallon price. Anyway, critics of the former president not amused at his actions, while his party continues to push for green energy, shoving it down Americans' throats. There you go. $75,000 propane tank, 2,500 gallons. Hey, Horse Feathers, you have any deliveries slated from Martha's Vineyard anytime in the near future? Just curious. You might actually be delivering there at the former president's place. Gotta love it. All right, rolling toward news break time here, bottom of the hour. Authorities halting the attempted smuggling of more than 60 illegals across the border in Texas Monday in Coachella, according to Fox News, stopped a dump truck on I-35. And in the back of that dump truck were more than 60 illegals, hiding in the bed of the truck. Driver was promptly arrested. Migrants turned over to border officials. They're trying to get them in anyway, anyhow, any form or fashion. News break time.
USA Radio News.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Colorado all held debates on Tuesday. The candidates' conversations centered around topics including COVID response and Roe v. Wade. One of the candidates in the Keystone State is a recognizable figure from daytime television, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Texas Senator Ted Cruz feels meeting Americans in their living rooms may be just the ticket.
I think conservatives, we need to do a much better job reaching out to a broader audience. I think we need to be talking to young people and Hispanics and African Americans and suburban moms.
The Department of Energy says heating oil prices will be 27% higher this winter. Stockpiles of the commodity in New England are currently at just a third of normal levels. Wholesalers have begun rationing their supply to prevent panic buying and hoarding. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
That's us, sure enough. Back at it here on a Wednesday update. You know, last weekend would have been a pretty decent weekend for trick-or-treaters in the eastern reaches of the country. The big warm-up was underway. Maybe a whole different story come Monday. Maybe bundling up those little trick-or-treaters. Yeah, so the kids will be carving their pumpkins, putting all the decorations out, ready for trick-or-treat time. All right, you may need waterproof costumes in parts of the country, some corners of the country, and an extra layer or two under the costumes to stay warm in other areas. Of course, some rain predicted in parts of the country, some of the big cities. But you remember the monster snowstorm of 2011? Or the Halloween ice storm, better yet, in 1991. Nothing like that this year. Yeah, a dry start to Halloween weekend coming up for millions across the East Coast. But a big transformation is coming in. Weather eventually evolves Sunday and, yes, Halloween Day, Monday. Showers in the forecast from Batcave, North Carolina to Spider, Kentucky, and northward to Sleepy Hollow, New York. Get all the spooky cities in the mix there, right? Now, it may even be a bit damp in Hell, Michigan. Showers spreading across the Ohio Valley into the Great Lakes Monday. Umbrellas may be enough to stay dry in areas with lighter, spottier showers, but Anyone planning to wear a costume that requires batteries, an inflatable outfit that uses like the portable fan thing, you may need to take some extra precautions. Much better trick-or-treat weather predicted for those in the heartland of the country. Most should be dry and mild conditions through the weekend and even into Monday. Maybe a coat or a sweater for the moms and dads accompanying the kids. Temperatures from Pumpkin Center, Oklahoma. Never heard of that. To Frankenstein, Missouri. I've heard of that one. Going to be dropping into the 50s and 40s after the sun goes down. Going to be a little chilly for some. It's an improvement from the weather across the northern plains. Monday of this week, when you had snow falling in North Dakota, South Dakota, eastern Montana, the Front Range of Colorado. For our kids along the West Coast, you may want to consult your weather app. As the crystal ball looking into the future, a stormy weather pattern in the forecast for the final days of October. And you're talking about this train of storms coming in. It has not rained on Halloween in Portland or Salem, Oregon, or Seattle since 2018. That streak of rain-free Halloweens may be coming to an end with that parade of storms coming off the Pacific in the Northwest, soaking many outdoor festivities through the weekend and right into Halloween Day. There you go. So with that, it's 844-844-3388. Knucklebuster on board. What's going on, Knucklebuster?
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. What's the weather going to be like down there in Cut and Shoot, Texas?
Cut and Shoot, Texas.
They got a convenience store, post office, and a beer joint on each side of the road, and that's it, other than a few houses there. But it's right outside. It's north side of Houston up there, or outside of Conroe, Texas there. Well, global warming, climate change, I don't believe in all that garbage, but clean air, I'm all for it. I got to breathe that stuff there, Rick. And if they're so concerned about all this stuff, why are they all buying that oceanfront property there, Steve, right down there on the beach? Every one of them are.
Yeah, inquiring minds would like to know, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I want to say this, that I did apologize to Steve Sommers off of the air for my little comment Monday, and I will apologize tonight again on the air to you and Mama Sommers if she took offense to it there. So I was only horsing around there. But anyway, I would have called in last night, but after I got empty Monday, it started raining. Then my trailer became a swimming pool, Steve. It was leaking all around. It was leaking all around the top of it. But $1,500 later, and it's dry as a bale there, right?
Yeah.
Well, here goes. I'm going to lay this one out. Back before Tennessee and I got married, we were out parking, and I told her that she and I needed to expand our relationship. Basically, Steve, I told her either she put out or get out. She got out of the car and started walking off, Steve.
Oh.
Yeah, it made me feel bad, so I went and apologized to her and took her back to her dorm room there. But she was out telling that story the other day, and I told her, I said, well, I got what I wanted eventually, so what was you fussing about there, right? Well, anyway, a few weeks back, I called in and said, up north, if you get cold, you couldn't put enough clothes on to get warm. But if you got hot down south, you just take your clothes off and go skinny dipping. I understand somebody sent you an email about how to get warm if you're down south and it gets cold.
They suggested getting in a sleeping bag with Tennessee. That's all I know.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's right on it because she is one hot baby doll. I can guarantee that. And I told Tennessee that. And you know what she told me? Horse feathers wasn't man enough to handle it. I want to know something, Steve. The people hit on your wife when you're out walking around with her in the mall or at a football game or stuff like that.
Now, what do you mean by hit on her? What do you mean?
Trying to pick her up.
Well, not at the mall, but I mean, yeah, over the years, there's been more than one occasion when you might be out at the bar or something in the evening and somebody getting a little too frisky.
Yeah.
You know, I've been there, done
Yeah,
that.
well, yeah, we were walking around Walmart a couple months back, and this man asked Tennessee if he could talk to her for a few minutes. She told him, "No, you cannot talk to me," and started walking off. And I told him, "Wait a minute, I want to hear what you got to say to my wife." And he was muttering something as he was walking away. I never did understand him there. And then last Saturday, we were down there in Jackson, Mississippi for one of our grandchildren's band competition. And it's about 10 o'clock at night after we left over there. She stopped at Sonic to get her a drink and go to the bathroom. She got out of the pickup, and this guy right next to her started trying to talk to her and telling her how good looking she was and all that. She just laughed and went on into the bathroom. Well, he started it again when she come out. And then when I leaned up over out of the passenger seat and looked over at him, he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." So, I mean, I don't know, man. I guess people ain't had a woman since a woman had a married.
Maybe. Boy, oh boy. Lord, I apologize.
Yeah, well, I'll leave all that. That's just a bunch of malarkey. Well, not all of it. Most of it's true there. But anyway, shoot, I'm glad my trailer got fixed. I'm glad I'm back to truck driving, and I was tired of laying around in them motel rooms. I couldn't take it no more there. So anyway, we're back trucking, and we'll keep up the good work there. Have a good day, Mr. Steve Sommers, and we'll call in later on that long list hour. We're almost to it, aren't we?
Hey, it ain't far off, yeah. I appreciate the full report, the update. There you go. If you have not yet commented, you may want to do so. You're going to have some additional time. The public now has until mid-December to comment on the rulemaking from the Department of Labor that would create a federal test to determine if a worker is an employee or independent contractor. A lot of this stems out of the whole controversy in California, the whole AB 5 legislation that we've been talking about for years now. And they're looking to address this before it hits the federal level. The Labor Department announced this past day they're extending the comment period by another 15 days. So the deadline will now be December the 13th. Now, the Labor Department's Wage and Hour Division published a 184-page notice of proposed rulemaking. Unlike California's AB 5, this proposal would analyze several factors and use the totality of the circumstances to determine if you are an employee or an independent contractor. Originally, they had given a 45-day comment period that was going to go through November 28th, soon after the National Retail Federation requested that they extend that by another 45 days, to which they didn't give 45, just an additional 15. They did say this rule will have a significant impact on the retail industry as well as the economy nationwide. As such, the National Retail Federation does not believe 45 days is an adequate period of time for retailers across the nation to fully analyze this proposal and put together well-informed comments. I mean, it is a 184-page notice, for crying out loud. All right, the Labor Department opted to limit the extension again to just 15 days. When it comes to the owner-operator model out there, this is pretty significant. So you might want to get on board, make some comments before the comment period closes. If you don't speak your mind, if you don't give them your input, don't complain if things don't go the way you want them to go, as they say. It is 844-844-3388. Sundance Kid, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Sommers. I'm glad you brought this subject up, and that's what I called about. I'm currently going through a little problem with the company I leased on with, and what has happened is I was making too much money. I was going to gross like $400,000. I was going to bring home around $230, right? After everything, truck, fuel, everything. And what they started doing back in June, and my money's been off. Come to find out, my contract says I give them 30% of the load, and that's fine because they got good rates. I was willing to do that. But now what they've done is they started taking the fuel surcharge and subtracting it from the rate, and then giving me 70% of that, and then make it look like I got all the fuel surcharge. They give me the fuel surcharge back. But when they do it that way, they're actually getting about 80% of the fuel surcharge. You follow what I'm saying?
I'm trying to sort it out. So essentially, they're doing a kind of a roundabout way of cutting the rate, is the way the rate would look.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So say $5 a mile, 1,000-mile trip, right? That would pay them $15,000 or $5,000. I would get 70% of that, which would be $3,500. Now, fuel surcharge is 76 cents right now, or 70 cents. So what they do is they take 1,000 miles at 70 cents, which is $700. They subtract that $700 from the 5,000, and now that's now 4,300. Now they're giving me 70% of 4,300, and then they flim-flam it back in there and show me that I got all the fuel surcharge at 70 cents, and I got the $700 back. But now that $3,500 I was supposed to get originally went down to $2,800, and then by the time you throw it back, or $2,996, I think it was. And now the load now pays them $5,700 with a fuel surcharge.
Yeah.
So now I'm getting like $3,600, and they're getting $5,700.
So it sounds like it sounds like they're just finding a way to, what most companies do, try to find a way. They want to be able to keep as much of the money as possible. So
Exactly. Yeah, because they was only going to make $1,500 off the load before. Now they're making $1,900 off.
Yeah.
So they're paying me $30. So, and then they won't give me. And forget. I'm trying to find out if this is true. When you run on percentage, you are supposed to get a rate confirmation, correct? And maybe some of the other drivers know.
Yeah,
but
I mean that's.
I asked for a rate com to try to figure it out, and it said, and it says, Truth in Leasing Law says that they have to provide me with a copy of the rate com. And when I asked for that, so I could figure out the numbers, because I couldn't figure out why I was losing money, and they said, we don't do that. So now I said, well, I just go by what y'all say, and they said, yeah.
Is that what are you working? Is that a broker thing you're working through?
No. I'm leased to a company.
Okay.
I'm leased to a company, and like I said, they will not show me the rate com. And so now I just go by, but I figured it out when I went in and questioned them. They said, well, we don't make no money off your fuel surcharge. You get all the fuel surcharge. He goes, what we do is we take the fuel surcharge and subtract it from the rate. But when you do that, that's not the rate plus the fuel surcharge. You just took some of my money and give it back to me, and you took all the, and like I said, it equals out to where I get a little bit, like 20%. But last year, I mean, the first part of the year from January to June, killing it. And then from June now, last 4 or 5 months, my stuff's been off. I've been working even harder trying to make it up, and I can't. And I know now I figured out what the deal was. And I was just trying to figure out if anybody knows if we do get a rate com working on percentage, and if that's true, I've got a problem. I mean, like I said, since June they've cost me about $35,000 just doing this little flim flam thing.
Interesting.
Like I said, I was gonna. I was getting 400,000. They get 30%. If I gross 400, they were going to make 120. Now they're going to make like 190. They get an extra 70,000, which is not fuel surcharge, the way they're doing it. And now I'm not even going to make 200. I'm going to make like 185. So they're making as much off the truck as me.
Yeah.
And how does that work out to 70-30? I mean, I'm a numbers guy. I know I've been in this business a long time, and I'm just, I might take this to the Supreme Court if I have to. But this is getting out of control. They're stealing all the money.
I don't know what's your alternatives. I mean, it sounds like if what you presented was correct in the first half, that was a sweet deal. Now, is there another place where you could find a sweet deal like that, or what's your options?
No, that's why I'm here. That's why I come. I left a union job making $100,000 with my benefits a year. Go back out here and do this. Last year I grossed $300,000. And I made I kept 160 out of that, and then after my deductions, I had to pay taxes on $100,000. But I mean, but I didn't have no maintenance issues. I got a new truck. My payments aren't high; they're $3,000 a month, and so I'm good there. It's I'm just having a, like I said, if I gross 400,000, they pay me 400. I looked at it like they made 400 times 30. That's $120,000 just for them for giving me loads. I got no problem with that. But I have a problem with them trying to do 200 out of the
Well, they're looking at it like, well, if they can get you to do what you've been doing for less, that's that sounds. Yeah, it's 844-844-3388. I don't know a thing about the whole percentage thing and having to show them the rate card or whatever, what the deal was. Okay, so we got clear lines here. Wednesday morning, hump day coming on, and we'll get back to the calls coming up. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. That's our number as we head toward news break. Top of the hour, just a few minutes away. Hello to Wheelchair Dave, checking in this morning via the email. Email, by the way, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Steve, have you been watching any racing lately? Really, I have not been watching a whole lot of racing action as of late. I need to get into my Flow Racing account and check out. I've missed a lot. And, of course, the dirt racing season beginning to wind down around the country as the cold weather begins to move in. Various tracks closing up for the season, but Anyway, hope all's well with you. Wanted to say hello to you and all the listeners out there, all the truck drivers. Thank you very much. Good to hear from you. Wheelchair Dave checking in here on a Wednesday. I guess that would have been kind of a spooky night. 5 Grand Canyon tourists were stuck 21 stories underground in Grand Canyon caverns when an elevator malfunctioned Sunday. Rescued after being underground for about 24 hours. The county sheriff's office spokesman says the group of tourists originally became stuck down in Grand Canyon caverns Sunday evening when they discovered they couldn't return back to the surface due to the malfunction with the elevator. 5 folks were exiting the caverns when the elevator stopped working. Believing it was an electrical problem, a generator was brought in. It turns out it was not an electrical problem. It was a mechanical problem. After being stuck underground for about 24 hours, the group of 5 tourists were eventually rescued. Paxton tells NBC that earlier efforts to rescue the tourists Monday were not successful. On Tuesday, yesterday, they tell us the trapped tourists were eventually brought back to the surface one by one using an emergency lift. All the tourists were back to the surface by about 7:30. Grand Canyon Caverns, a tourist attraction that includes a hotel suite, a restaurant, other simple comforts. While they could not get the elevator ride back to the surface Sunday night, they were able to enjoy some of the room service in the suites while they awaited rescue there. So all's well that ends well. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
USA Radio News.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Colorado all held debates on Tuesday. The candidates' conversations centered around topics including COVID response and Roe v. Wade.
Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds shares his thoughts about the GOP message and the upcoming governor's races, While speaking on Fox News.
It's that people are tired of what's happening to kids in schools. They are sick of the crime in their cities. The inflation brought by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats has been horrific. And the economy's got to get back on track, not to mention border security. It's the same message across the country.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
One of the candidates in the Keystone State is a recognizable figure from daytime television, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Texas Senator Ted Cruz feels meeting Americans in their living rooms may be just the ticket.
I think conservatives, we need to do a much better job reaching out to a broader audience. I think we need to be talking to young people and Hispanics and African Americans and suburban moms who are paying the price for these failed policies.
What really matters to Americans, though, has to do with the power of the pocketbook. The Department of Energy says heating oil prices will be 27% higher this winter. Stockpiles of the commodity in New England are currently at just a third of normal levels. Wholesalers have begun rationing their supply to prevent panic buying, and we have a recall alert. The Consumer Product Safety Commission said Tuesday, out of an abundance of caution, consumers should immediately stop using certain Pine Sol cleaning products due to the possibility of them containing bacteria. Between January 2021 and September of this year, Clorox produced approximately 37 million of the recalled products. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
A U.S. Navy sailor will be sentenced in March following his conviction for possessing and selling unregistered machine guns. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives launched an undercover operation late last year after a confidential informant reported weapons trafficking. The Justice Department announced Monday that 28-year-old Patrick Adamayak was convicted this past Friday. Across the pond, a prime-level change of the guard is happening in London.
Rishi Sunak was born in Southampton, United Kingdom, to parents of Indian descent who migrated to Britain from East Africa in the 1960s. The former finance minister is said to be worth nearly $1 billion. On Tuesday, the 42-year-old Mr. Sunak became the youngest prime minister of the United Kingdom in 200 years.
We now need stability and unity, and I will make it my utmost priority to bring our country together.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
In the City of Angels, sagging tents, rusting RVs, and makeshift structures have become common from Hollywood to Venice Beach. Now, taxpayers have gathered evidence that the urban outposts are stealing water and power. Homelessness is a dominant issue in the state's upcoming mayoral election, with a large field of candidates promising to do more. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour up and running. Here we go. We almost forgot our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Hey, it's Wednesday, hump day. So we need some keywords. I say that plurally because I got two for you. Your chance to win a $1,000 cash as we've teamed up with TNCRadio.live in this nationwide contest. Keyword number one for Wednesday is can. C-A-N. You know, it's in the can. Keyword number two, mind. M-I-N-D. So can and mind. Each of those would be a separate entry. Two chances for you to enter right now. Go to TNCRadio.live or use the TNCRadio.live app. Enter those keywords and, of course, continue listening throughout the broadcast day, 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time each workday. Good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. So there you go. Can, C-A-N, and mind. Your first two keywords of the day in our $1,000 daily driver bonus. And for over 60 years, Staybill has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Staybill Storage keeps your gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Make sure you store your engine the right way with Staybill. And I might mention as well, Staybill, manufactured by Gold Eagle, our parent company here. If you go to goldeagle.com, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout, you'll get 15% off your order. So it's overnight, over N-I-G-H-T, drive, all one word. Don't put a space in, Overnight Drive, and that'll deduct 15% off your entire order at goldeagle.com. Well, I've been talking about a change in the weather pattern. It started last week, and it's going to continue to allow storms from the Pacific to target the northwestern portions of the country right on through the rest of this week and into early November. At least 5 more storms are going to roll across the northern Pacific, pushing inland between now and the first few days of November. They're kind of packed and stacked out there. Now, they'll be separated by, say, a day or two in between each system. But the cumulative effect between now and November the 2nd or so will have the potential to bring 3 to 6 inches of rain near sea level around locations like Portland, Seattle, Vancouver, British Columbia. However, along the immediate Pacific-facing slopes of the Olympics, Coast Mountains, the Cascades, we could be talking 6 to 12 inches of rain, maybe even more. That's flooding rains. Over the high country of Washington, Oregon, British Columbia, there's the potential 5 to 10 feet of snowfall to pile up until this train of storms break down during the first week of November. Most of the snow will fall above the major passes there in the northwest. But as the storms approach, snow levels kind of rise before dropping as the storms head further inland. On a few occasions, it's possible for snow to maybe dip down close to some of the passes. Yeah, one of those nights is actually this morning, Wednesday morning. Snow levels may dip down to about 3,500 feet with that latest system coming in. Obviously, as the landscape gets progressively wetter and water seeps down to the layers of soil and to the bedrock, some hillsides may become unstable. Rock slides and other debris flows may occur. Now, the greatest risk of debris flows later this week into early next week will be in some of the recent burn scar locations. And some of these more potent storms will have the potential to bring strong winds along the coast and over the higher elevations. The risk of avalanches remain low for most of this particular storm train, despite the bouts of heavy wind and heavy snow that is expected. But as the pattern continues, there may be enough snow high up in the windy locations for that snowpack to become unstable. Middle and latter part of the winter storm season, fluctuating snow levels, strong winds, that's the major causes of avalanches. There are some signs the jet stream may push a bit further north during the first week of November, and if that occurs, the parade of storms would cease. Rolling into the Pacific Northwest, it would become more of a problem for our friends to the north, our Canadian friends. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You know, when you grow up in a village the size of Ludowici like I did, you make friends that are solid and hard and fast, and they last you all a life. We've lived in a lot of big cities around the countryside. We lived in New York and Buffalo and all kinds of big places. And in the big towns, you make acquaintances. But in the little towns, in the villages of the United States, you make friends. And there's a big difference. And I grew up in a little town. And the family that I was closest to in Ludowici was the Fergusons. There was Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of them all. There's Mr. Green Ferguson and his wife, Miss Agnes. And there was 9 Ferguson kids. And I grew up loving that whole family of Fergusons. And my closest friend was, and still is to this day, Raymond Coote Ferguson. Raymond and I was born on the same day, 10 minutes apart, and I literally grew up like a twin brother to Raymond Ferguson. We went to school together, and we hunted together, and we fished together, and we stayed in trouble together all our lives. Raymond stayed in more trouble than I did. Mr. Green or Mr. Bass or somebody was always hollering at him, "Damn it, Ray, get out of there. Damn it, Ray, don't do that." Or, "Damn it, Ray, come on over here." And we just naturally started calling him Damn it, Ray. Damn it, Ray Ferguson. It nearly about came his legal name. You'd go to school and the teacher would say, "Damn it, Ray, put that chalk down." She'd slip every now and then. One time, the preacher in a little church we went to was sitting up there and he said, "Damn it, Ray." He said,
Look to Chewy for great prices on pet medications every day. Just order online.
"Ray, be still." He got carried away. Damn it, Ray was and is my best friend. Mr. Bass Ferguson, who was the granddaddy of the Fergusons, had a filling station and a store right down the road from Ludowici near a little town called Doctortown, a little community called Doctortown. Our store was about a quarter mile off the highway between Ludowici and Jessup. When you drove up to the store, off to the left was where folks would park when they'd come and they was going to visit for a while. And then off to the right, there was a little path that ran down around the side of that store, and it had a little 2-rail fence along there, and it was whitewashed. Mr. Bass had decorated that fence. He'd hung some tires on it and decorated the whole thing, whitewashed it all, and it was beautiful. One of the biggest gum trees in all of Long County, Georgia, sitting right alongside that little path. Big branches spreading shade out over the benches where the setters and spitters and whittlers would sit on an afternoon. There was an old grease rack, and there was a little path that led off to the back of that little country store. That store was just a little old whitewashed 3-room building. Well, now, in the back of that store, down that little path, there was 2 privies. Now, since the Rainbow Filling Station, Garage, and Grocery Store was one of the few stops between Savannah and Jessup. Well, Mr. Bass got the traffic from most of the log trucks that come by, and he'd get a carload of tourists every now and then. He got all the folks from Doctortown and Ludowici itself. And, of course, the Greyhound bus would stop there twice a day, Monday through Saturday, and 3 times on Sunday. Well, Mr. Bass had built 2 privies, 2 3-hole privies for the convenience of his patrons. Now, friends, let me tell you that a 2-hole privy was a sign of rich folks in Long County, Georgia. But 3-hole privies was unheard of. There wasn't another one in all of South Georgia. Well, them 2 3-hole privies was the pride and joy of all of us in Middle Long County, Georgia. In 1947, when me and Dammit Ray was 14 years old, Dammit Ray sent off to Jacksonville, Florida, and he got one of them kits that you can make a radio and a loudspeaker out of. Dammit Ray liked electrical things. He was a tinkerer, and he fooled around with stuff all the time, and he made himself this radio and loudspeaker set. When he finished that kit, he had him a radio that would pick up WSB in Atlanta, Georgia, and WBT in Charlotte, and the Grand Ole Opry on WSM, and WWL in New Orleans, pick up all the way from down there. We used to get together at night, and we'd listen to mystery programs. We'd listen to Grand Central Station and Inner Sanctum and Mr. District Attorney, and every now and then Dammit Ray would fling that switch, and he'd holler in there like scare us all right out of our drawers. We'd be sitting there listening to that radio. Well, one week, Mr. Bass went into Savannah on the bus, and he came back. That was the most thrilled man I ever saw in my life. He had been to the Greyhound bus station in Atlanta, Georgia, and they had them a PA system where they could announce when the bus was going to leave. And he had gone and bought one of them kits and brought it back and give it to Dammit Ray and me and said, build me one of them loudspeaker systems that I can use at the Rainbow Filling Station, garage, and grocery store. So for the next 2 weeks, me and Dammit Ray worked on building that loudspeaker system. Well, come the big day, man, we got out there and we strung wires and we put that loudspeaker in, and Mr. Bass had gone to Jessup and he bought some car radio speakers out of an old junkyard. He had about 6 of them. And we put one of them up underneath the eaves of the store pointing out toward the road, run them wires across the top of that little whitewash fence with them tires hanging on up into that gum tree and cross back down into them 2 privies. Mr. Bass had wired his filling station, garage, and grocery store for a PA system. Well, Saturday morning was the big day, the first day we was going to use it. We all got down there about 10 o'clock. Mr. Green, Ferguson, Dammit Ray's daddy was there. Me and my daddy got down there. And you can't imagine, half of Long County, Georgia was there for the celebration. Man, it was going to be the first day that we was going to use the loudspeaker system. Well, about 10 o'clock we got there, and the first bus was due in at 11, and we all wanted to be there early so we wouldn't miss anything. Folks were milling around and drinking them knee-high sodas, and there was a few fellers that had started a little bit early on some of that wonderful corn whiskey that's made down there. That flock of chickens was strutting around in the front, and that old black and tan hound with the mange and the infected ear was laying right in the middle of that path that went back to them privies. And folks were swapping stories, waiting on that bus to come from Savannah. 11:10, that Greyhound bus pulled in, and all them folks kind of let out a little cheer. And the folks come piling off the bus, and they were all smiling and grinning and wondering what was going on. And that bus driver got off, and we told him what was happening, and he was as thrilled as we were, because he's from Drawdy, Georgia, his own self, and that ain't as big as Ludowici. So he was delighted. Well, we was all standing around there, and they was drinking them soda pops and having a time, and me and Dammit Ray was manning the microphone inside the Rainbow Filling Station, garage, and grocery store. And about 4 or 5 minutes before that bus was due to leave, we seen the most hugest fat lady go walking down that path toward that little 2 3-hole privies back there. She had on a yellow dress with orange and brown flowers all over it. She had on one of them Carmen Miranda hats, had bananas and apples and grapes all sticking out of the top of it, had about a number 6 wash bucket size purse on her arm, and she was going to be the first one to hear the loudspeaker system. And we watched her real good. She went in that pink 3-hole privy and shut the door, and we give her about a minute and a half to get herself all settled. And folks, the door of that privy just kind of blew right off the hinges. Woo! That fat woman comes screaming up that thing. She come out of there like she had a bee in her drawers. She is trying to pull her drawers up and her dress down with one hand and hold on her hat with the other and hang on to her purse too. And she'd throwed that toilet paper right up in there and it was hanging on one of them nanners and stringing along behind her. She come running up that path. She hit that, bounced off that old dog with the mange and the infected ear, tripped over him, bumped into that gum tree, bounced off that grease rack and just kind of drove herself in one of them tires. That old hound jumped up and looked over there and seen that skirt up over her head and them drawers, them old Martha White drawers hanging down around. He thought he'd treed the coon. Oh! He commenced to bellering and hollering. That bus driver was crying and he run over there and he shut his eyes and he tried to get her unstuck from that tire she was stuck in. My daddy got to laughing and he tripped over one of them hoses and fell right face first and killed 6 of them chickens that was strutting around there. And me and Dammit Ray set off to running. Mr. Green come running out of that store and he grabbed up a 1x4 and he jerked up Dammit Ray by the straps of them overalls and he whooped him, beat him, turned him upside down over one of them log truck wheels and started whooping on him. And I was crying and laughing and I seen my daddy coming and I quit laughing and started crying full time. And I run over and I grabbed Mr. Green and I said, Mr. Green, don't beat Dammit Ray no more. I'll tell you what happened. We had run them wires back down to that pink 3-hole privy, and we had put them speakers down inside that hole. And we give that fat lady about a minute and a half to get herself settled, and Dammit Ray snatched up that microphone and he hollered in it and he said, come on, lady, move over to one of them other holes. I'm trying to paint down here.
Fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 power stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, bringing us back on a Wednesday hump day. Heard of the company Convoy. Latest under the industry headlines, the Seattle-based trucking marketplace startup known as Convoy doing another round of layoffs. The latest tech company to be trimming their headcount amid ongoing economic uncertainty. In an email to staff, Convoy's CEO Dan Lewis described a, quote, reorganization and resource realignment. He said Convoy's customers are facing external pressures, including supply chain shortages and inflations. And in an environment like this, companies that embrace change as the new normal and build resilience will ultimately be the winners in the years to come. Now, just as we need to embrace change and stay ever resilient, our customers are looking for partners to help them do so as well. They did not give details as the number of employees going to be laid off. Several workers based in Seattle and Atlanta posted on LinkedIn this past day reporting that they were let go. Now, it was earlier in the summer, Convoy cut 7% of their workforce. Now, this is a company that employed about 1,300 people in April when they raised a $260 million investment round at a $3.8 billion valuation. Those layoffs affected about 90 employees at that point in time. Founded in 2015, backed by the likes of Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, Convoy's software automates transactions between trucking companies and the shippers. Their network has more than 400,000 trucks and a roster of shippers, including the likes of Home Depot, Procter & Gamble, Unilever, Anheuser-Busch, big names. They actually ranked at number 4 on the GeekWire 200 list of top Pacific Northwest startups. They compete with a number of similar digital shipping companies. Uber Freight is one. In addition to traditional brokers investing in their own technology, they are battling for a share of the $800 billion U.S. trucking industry. All right, so they break it down a bit more, but again, in other industry headlines, Oklahoma, a new Oklahoma law that is days away from taking effect will, they tell us, permit the use of fully autonomous vehicles on the state roadways. This rule will apply to commercial vehicle operators as well. Governor Kevin Stitt signed a law to create the framework for the state to regulate autonomous vehicles. They say this is going to protect our highways. This new law authorizes a person to operate a fully autonomous vehicle without a human driver, provided that the automated driving system is engaged and the vehicle meets certain conditions that are outlined in the rule. So I guess another step forward looking at automation. Oklahoma becomes one of 30 states now to allow autonomous vehicles through this legislation. There's another 6 states right now that permit testing of affected vehicles that operate without a driver. 5 more states that allow autonomous vehicles via executive order.
USA Radio News.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Colorado all held debates on Tuesday. The candidates' conversations centered around topics including COVID response and Roe v. Wade. One of the candidates in the Keystone State is a recognizable figure from daytime television, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Texas Senator Ted Cruz feels meeting Americans in their living rooms may be just the ticket.
I think conservatives, we need to do a much better job reaching out to a broader audience. I think we need to be talking to young people and Hispanics and African Americans and suburban moms.
The Department of Energy says heating oil prices will be 27% higher this winter. Stockpiles of the commodity in New England are currently at just a third of normal levels. Wholesalers have begun rationing their supply to prevent panic buying and hoarding. This is USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, do that. We got clear lines here on a Wednesday morning. We're talking about the number of debates. I think they had 3 different states with debates last evening. Others were holding like town halls. Ohio was one of the very closely watched races for the U.S. Senate seat. Tim Ryan and what's his name? Vance, right? Ryan versus Vance. So you got Tim Ryan on the Democrat side. He's the far left guy pretending to be a moderate. Going to hold a town hall. And his throng of supporters, to the tune of 19 people, showed up. To which Tim Ryan says, "We're super excited about this race. We're going to win it by more than people think." Well, who is this we you speak of, Kimosabe? They shared the video there. Yeah, how would you like to be less than 2 weeks out of a hotly contested and consequential election and have 19 people show up for your town hall? Yeah, Ryan's opponent, J.D. Vance, jumped all over that video with some Tuesday morning sarcasm this morning. He said, quote, "I woke up today feeling really good about our campaign. But when I saw this massive, enthusiastic crowd addressed by a masked Tim Ryan, I realized we could be in trouble." Again, it was all sarcasm. What's with the masks? Who are these people? Believe me, there's plenty of room to spread out and social distance in the vastness of that empty church. Yeah, and you've got to see the photos. They're in a church setting, and hardly anybody there. No, 19 people to be exact. There's enough room for some touch football, a rave, army maneuvers, and a Kardashian birthday party, he said. Meanwhile, over at the J.D. Vance campaign, look, standing room only. Nobody wearing masks. According to the Real Clear Politics poll of polls, Vance is only up by 2 points. 2 of the 3 most recent polls even show the Vance-Ryan race as tied, believe it or not. Which I guess we can say we've seen this before. All we have to do is go back to 2020. Tens of thousands showing up for Trump rallies. Biden struggling to get people to show up enough to fill a parking lot with vehicles to honk their horns after his speeches. I mean, it's night and day difference, but polling says they're tied. Now, the fake media historically underestimates Republican turnout in the state of Ohio by like 7 points. Anyway, sarcasm aside, Ohioans are not only 2 weeks out from a U.S. Senate race that is supposed to be tied, but one that could actually determine which party controls the U.S. Senate. And that's the best Tim Ryan could come up with, 19 masked supporters, 2 of whom, looking at the photos, look too young to even vote come Election Day. Yeah, we shall see. All right, before you know it, Turkey Day just around the corner, right? Farmers struggling with inflation, drought, and the avian flu. So too will we, the consumer, this Thanksgiving. According to the report, corn and other turkey feed are highly dependent on weather extremes and drought conditions that can lead to a lack of production. I think we mentioned last week the Department of Agriculture tells us more than 5.4 million turkeys have been depopulated due to the avian flu here in the USA. According to Purdue University, there appears to be still some hangover from the avian influenza outbreaks that we had back in the spring. So the total turkey population is down. As a result, wholesale prices are indeed up. Lusk, who is the head of the Agricultural Economics Department, says wholesale prices will probably be 30% higher this year versus what we saw in 2021. It's going to cost more to set out that Thanksgiving Day spread, in other words. Yeah, poor economy, rising inflation, it's all pressing on Americans. In a recent personal capital survey, 1 in 5 Americans said they're concerned they won't be able to afford the cost of a Thanksgiving dinner this year. Well, latest Politico poll says 93% of registered voters are concerned about inflation and the state of the economy as we're edging closer to the midterm elections. Now, we were talking earlier about this, the Canadian announcement yesterday about the new Visa card that are going to keep track of your carbon footprint. Yeah, we know this has been going on for several years, I think, over in China. But as I said at the time, it's spreading around the world. I did not realize. I guess just a couple of days ago, just like the announcement out of Canada, Australia has also jumped on this bandwagon. A major bank in Australia has introduced a new feature that will link your purchases to your carbon footprint. And they will warn you when you're going over the average. Australia's Commonwealth Bank, CBA as it's known, has partnered with Kogo, a carbon management solutions company, to launch this new feature, part of CBA's online banking platform. The bank gives you the option to pay a fee, yes, pay a fee, to offset your carbon footprint, with the average listed as 1,280 kilograms. Yeah, a long way from the sustainable figure of 200 kilograms. What are they talking about? What is your carbon footprint? A person's carbon footprint, they say, is calculated, and then an equivalent metric is shown to make the customer feel guilty. Like, like an 8-inch tree being cut. By combining our rich customer data and Kogo's industry-leading capability in measuring carbon outputs, we will be able to provide greater transparency for customers so you can make the right action, take the right steps to reduce your environmental footprint. Yeah, the bank has promised to refine the calculation down to showing just how much CO2 your individual purchases are responsible for. And they break it down like how many miles you drive would be the equivalent to cutting down X number of trees. The main spending categories contributing to your carbon footprint will be transportation, groceries, and dining out. Everyone would be issued with a carbon allowance card, which would entail all adults receiving an equal tradable carbon allowance that reduces over time in line with the national targets. The authors made it clear that this program would be a national mandatory policy. Gonna pay the price. All right, it's 844-844-3388. See who we got. I'm not seeing a name here. Who we got? Would that be Eagle, maybe?
That's Pup, Steve.
Oh, Pup. Hello, Pup. Nothing showing on the screen.
No, this ain't no damn Eagle. My God. Hey, I was wondering if you could look something up. Earlier tonight, about 11 o'clock, they stopped all of us going up the cut in the hill. And there was no wreck, no nothing, but there was a lot of policemen there, and they said that they were chasing somebody or had a shootout up there. I didn't know if you knew about that or not.
At this point, I had not heard a thing, no.
Yeah, we sat there. I was just on the other side of the bridge, thank goodness, because I got stuck on that bridge for 6 hours one night. But I was on the other side of the bridge and sat there for about an hour and 20 minutes before the policeman would let us leave. So. It's been a rainy, old icky night, I'll say that much.
Well, we finally got some rain here. It was much needed. I was trying to do a search as we were talking there, and I'm not seeing it. It was on the Kentucky side. Do you know what side of the?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, I was on the Kentucky side, about right at the top of the cut in the hill there. Be about the 189 mile marker, probably 188.
Okay.
But there was a whole gob of police up through there. Yeah, we needed a little bit of rain. The guys that stuff winter weed out right now, it needed to get some rain on it.
Well, I know they were. I shared a story here a couple of months ago about, I guess parts of the country where the pumpkin crop was going to be low and people were going to have a hard time, finding pumpkins, and they were going to be more expensive. All I know is,
Yeah.
I mean, pumpkins are in abundance everywhere you go. Everybody's got plenty of pumpkins here.
I didn't have very much luck with mine. Some sort of gray mold got on mine just about as soon as they started blooming and everything. And I tried all kinds of stuff and to get rid of that, but I got one pumpkin out of 9 pumpkin plants. So
Really?
but everything else did wonderful. Oh yeah, yep. Everything that was on a vine this year, like muskmelon, watermelon, stuff like that, didn't do all that great, but everything else did wonderful. I can't complain.
So, Pup,
no,
I shared that story also earlier, Pup, about, they're talking about a global food crisis coming. Am I correct when I'm thinking, okay, here in the USA, we grow, we'll have plenty of food for us, but I guess some of these impoverished countries that rely on imports may not be able to get the grain that they would normally get and whatnot from other countries. We're not going to be running out of food here, are we?
Steve, I'll tell you what, you got to remember that grain is just like the oil. It's on a global market. Like right now, the stuff that affects our prices is how the Brazilian crops are doing, how other countries' crops are doing. But they're gonna have to. I know we've got a X amount that once we get to that amount, we will not ship. Like they're supposed to do with the oil. The cost is going to be the thing. I mean, just for the guys to recoup what they've got invested now and stuff, because the seed and the fertilizer for next year is already being bought now. So they don't wait till spring to buy it. They buy it in the previous year. But it could come down to that. I mean, I don't think we'll have too much trouble here in America. But,
Right.
But,
okay, I didn't realize, so wheat and corn and those crops are all kind of sold on a international market like oil. I did not realize that.
Yep, they sure are. The commodities used to years ago. I can't remember which president it was. Years ago, the commodities, you had to take possession of it for 60 or 90 days once you bought it. But now everything's just done on paper. And, I mean, you could say, yeah, I owe 100,000 bushels of beans, but you might not ever take possession of it. It just shows on paper that you got it. So,
okay.
But other than that, that's all I had for you. I was just kind of curious about what happened down there in Covington tonight. So, but you're probably due for a break and everything. I heard you talking about that app. Once I started listening to it on TNC, it's been working great, but I'll switch over to the app tomorrow or tonight, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I'll try that.
See if the audio's any different.
The TNC's been doing really good.
And
but you know what? If he took that from 40 to 80, that's quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Well, he said, I don't know how it got down to 40. I don't screw with any of this stuff, but he said that was
right.
Shouldn't have been down at 40 for the output. So,
well, I'd mentioned to you a couple times we've had trouble hearing that, and
I remember.
I thought I'll just try that TNC. It worked out great.
I asked Josh about that. I said, well, how could TNC's levels be fine because they're getting kind of the same exact feed? He said, well, he probably just bumped it up on their end. Now I said, so does that mean like when we bump it up here that it's going to be blasted out over there? I'm not sure. So.
No, it's been just fine. The only thing I need from them is $1,000. Come
on. There you go.
All right, big buddy. Have a good day.
Got to enter your keywords, can and mind. That's our keywords this morning. Steve checking in. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. We're halfway there. Looking forward to the end of the week with a fresh cup of coffee in hand. Time to head into town. Get that trash truck ready to go. You can't get it finished if you don't get it started. That is correct, Steve. Everybody enjoy their day. Let's see, Truck and Phil. Hey there. Happy hump day. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Sommers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. I remember the first time I heard Me and Damn It Ray back in the 80s. I always love hearing Me and Damn It Ray. I sure would like to have a couple of extra large backup propane tanks on my property. How about the rest of those people out there that use propane? Anyway, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights. Make the flit back, only 60 days till Christmas. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Yeah, how about that? 60 days. Can't believe it's getting close, ain't it? How many paydays you got before Christmas is here? Hey, Horse Feathers, a $75,000 propane tank, 2,500 gallon. That's a big tank, is it not?
All right, so your 2,500 gallon tank is the standard size tank on the single axle delivery truck. So your single drive axle delivery truck. So your 2-axle truck that you see riding around with a propane tank on it delivering to houses, that's normally somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 gallons. So just figure he's just got a propane truck parked there at his house. So underground.
The typical American has a 200, 250 gallons, something along that line?
Yeah, 250 to 500 usually. So, that's usually about the range. The people that don't want to have to get, multiple deliveries, go every other month or whatever, they'll have a 500-gallon tank. And if some of these people have these standby generators that run on propane, they'll have a 1,000-gallon tank. But I'll tell you what, them standby generators, they aren't shy on using fuel. They'll burn through 500-600 gallons in a couple 3 days if you're running them, to power your whole house, I got one neighbor that has one there, and when the power goes off, he doesn't even know it because he's got an automatic transfer switch, and that switches over, kicks on that propane generator, and it runs his whole house just like the normal electric grid would. But about the third day there, his propane tank's dragging the bottom, so he's got to call and get a delivery. But,
if you got a mansion on Martha's Vineyard and the power goes out, you don't want to lose any of the amenities of your mansion. So I guess you might need a 2,500 gallon tank then.
But for that size property, he's probably going to burn through that in 3 days. With the size generator he has, he might have 3-4 days out of that 2,500 gallons there. So,
wow.
So he might be wanting to have an extra truck on the road there whenever the power goes off.
Wow. Okay.
But so hey, with this carbon credit thing on my credit card here, now if I start going around and I eat an apple every day. So if I take these apple seeds from my apple every day and I start growing them and I plant trees from these apple seeds every day, do I get a discount there on that? Do I get a negative on the plus or the plus on the negative? For
you get bonus credits. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I'm going to be Horse Feathers Appleseed here pretty quick, and they're going to see apple trees all over here, and I don't know, maybe we'll crowd out them cherry blossoms down there in Washington. We'll have apple blossoms instead. What do you think?
It all sounds kind of science fiction-y with this carbon credit stuff, but it's real, and it won't be too long. In a handful of years here, it's going to be a global thing. They're going to track every purchase you make, and as Pappy's been saying, at some point they'll cut you off. You can't make that purchase. You've already done too much destruction to the overall economy. 5-7, hey there.
Yeah, real quick. Earlier you was making mention that some people are getting to go back and sue the companies and townships that made them quit for not getting the COVID shot.
Yeah, they didn't make them quit. They fired them.
Back in the day, when it was happening early, they didn't make mention that DeSantis in the debate. Yeah, his opponent said, "Yeah, well, I'm not the one that shut down Florida." If you remember, they were supposed to shut down for just a short while, and it all took care of. Remember, wear your mask for 90 days, and all be gone. You know, it was, you know, they were telling us all that.
Oh, yeah.
Because nobody knew with this stuff. But, yeah, no, I told you back then whenever people were starting to lose their jobs, I said, you know what? One day the administration may change. And I'll say that to the people with the internets, too, these little sites. You know what? The administrations may change. There's a mess of lawyers out there that can see themselves making a whole lot of money getting these people justice that were unjustly sent home now that it's proven that, you know what, isn't what it was supposed to be. And other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the rest of the mail today. We're going to sit back and wait for that notification. Because there ain't been no problem on Facebook tonight. Ain't been no problem on Facebook all the way this week. So we'll be waiting for that notification tomorrow morning at 10 more. 5-7, we out.
All right, sounds like a plan. Let's see, ain't got a whole lot of time. Just a couple quick minutes here. Vic, hey, I got your email yesterday morning. Thank you very much. Wait a minute. It didn't pick him up. Take two. Come on. There you go. Hello, Vic.
Oh, hey, yeah, real quick. You're talking about that ESG. The treasurer over in West Virginia, they passed a law over there that said if a company was doing something that was harmful to their economy, they wouldn't use them on any of their state investments. And there's some, BlackRock was one of them, and they kind of got a little bit put out about that. But he did a whole interview. I wish I could tell you offhand. But anyway, if you look it up there, the state treasurer of West Virginia, he's not putting any of the state money in those companies that are following this whole ESG philosophy. And when you were mentioning about these carbon credits, I was just kind of, you know, they're going to cut you off if they think you spent too much on carbon. I'm just kind of curious how that's going to work out with them, if they're going to not do any business with any banks that have those type of credit cards or something. But anyway, and talking about that, carbon credits are about as it's kind of hard to get a handle on a lot of that stuff, as far as even like I was talking about the capacities and all that. And the whole thing was the guy that gave that interview, he was coming up with stuff, but I really didn't understand where he came up with it. And I think I did make a statement in there one place about 10 trucks to the barge or something, which I'd have to go back and look at that. But anyway, it's neither here nor there. But I did grow up in the country, and I started driving an old 47 Chevy 2-ton truck that the bottom gear wasn't synchronized, and that bridge that Amish girl tore down years ago, I used to cross that all the time because there's a feed mill just on the other side of that. But we had to go to, but I had to go back up a hill, and I had to drop to low gear. And that was fun, double clutching that old 47 Chevy truck, because if you messed up, you'd wind up with it stuck between second and third gear. And that's the way I'd have to drive the rest of the way home.
Boy.
Anyway, all my learning ain't book learning, I'll tell you that. So, but by and large, that's a really interesting view with that state treasurer over in West Virginia. And I don't know if any other states are going to get on that bandwagon too, and say, you know, we're not going to use any of these, whatever you want to call them, the ESG companies.
Yep.
Because they were commenting about how a lot of these companies do that because they attract the investments from the other crowd, and they get a premium for everything. So I'm still amazed at how they come up with all this stuff, and they've come up with, now they're going to control your credit card. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
Stranger things. All right, with that, Vic, I'll let you. We got to roll. Have yourself a wonderful Wednesday hump day, and see you back at the midnight hour tonight. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,